Welcome back to the MHS channel. First, I'm very curious to know where you're watching from and at what time. Feel free to share in the comments below. Also, if you have any feedback or suggestions for how the channel can improve, don't hesitate to leave a comment.
The dashboard clock glowed 10:47 p.m. as I pulled into the Shell station near my place. My gas tank was practically on empty. I had to fill up tonight, or I'd be stranded on my way to work tomorrow morning. No one was visible in the gas station area. The convenience store next to it was brightly lit, looking like it was still open for business. After filling my tank, I headed into the convenience store to pay. The automatic glass doors slid open, and a chime beeped. Inside, it was brightly lit, but no one was behind the counter. "Hello?" I called out, but no one answered. I heard the sound of running water from the restroom in the back of the store. Maybe the employee was in there and would be out in a minute. I decided to browse around and grab a few things while I waited. I walked down the snack aisle, picking up a bag of Doritos and a pack of cookies. As I stood in front of the cooler, choosing a bottle of water, I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow darting across the far end of the aisle, near the magazine rack. I froze, my heart quickening. I stared into the aisle for a full minute, listening. I'm listening for everything, but I see nothing. Probably just the shadow of a tree outside from a passing car. Or maybe I was just tired and imagining things. I took my items to the counter and waited. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. The running water in the restroom just kept going. "Excuse me, anyone here?" I called again, louder this time. Still no answer. A sense of unease started to creep in. I moved closer to the restroom, calling out again. Silence, except for the water. I tried the door, but it was locked. The employee was probably inside and in trouble. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I'm at the Shell gas station on Elm Street. No employee visible, and I've heard water running in the restroom since I got here. I'm worried something might have happened. "We'll send a patrol car right over." I waited outside the store. About 15 minutes later, a police car pulled up. 2 officers stepped out. "Are you the one who called this in?" "That's right. I came in about 20 minutes ago. No one's been at the counter, and I've been hearing constant running water from the restroom." They quickly entered the store, and I followed. The younger officer went straight to the restroom while the other checked around the counter. "It's locked," the younger officer said. "Anyone in there? Police." Still only silence, accompanied by the persistent sound of running water. After a moment, they decided to force the door. The lock broke, and the younger officer stepped inside first. The very next second, he backed out, his face a mask of horror, without saying another word. I couldn't see what was inside, but when the door swung open, revealing the back of it, my body went cold. A deep red coating splattered across the back of the door, forming streaks and long drips running down. A section of the restroom floor that I could glimpse from my angle was also stained red. Within the next 20 minutes, the place became a crime scene. Ambulances, more police cars, detectives, and a forensics team. They strung yellow tape around the area. I was kept there as the sole witness. I recounted the entire incident to a detective. About an hour later, a forensics officer announced, "The victim is Kevin Morrison, 23 years old. He was working the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift. Appears to have been attacked with a blunt object. Passed away about an hour before you called the police." I was stunned, but what truly shocked me was the time frame. That meant I had arrived at the gas station right after it happened. The dark shadow I saw earlier wasn't an illusion. "We'll be in touch if we need any more information. You can head home," a detective told me. I drove home feeling unsettled. I parked my car in the garage and entered the house. Flicking on the kitchen light, I grabbed a beer from the fridge. I needed to calm down after what had just happened. As I was drinking my beer and looking out the kitchen window, I saw a dark shadow move across the backyard. My heart pounded. I turned off the kitchen light and looked closer. Nothing, just trees and the fence. Was I hallucinating? I went upstairs to my bedroom and changed. I was about to go to bed when I saw the dark shadow again. This time, it was through my bedroom window, moving along the front yard. Not an illusion. Someone was outside my house. I called 911 for the second time that night. Someone's breaking into my yard. The address is 1247 Wellington Street. After the call ended, I sat in the dark bedroom looking out. 5 minutes later, a police car arrived. One of the officers was the same one I'd met at the gas station. He recognized me. I told him about the dark shadow I'd seen. They checked around the house with flashlights but found no signs of forced entry or footprints. You might just be really stressed after tonight, sir. We'll patrol this area more frequently. After they left, I locked the door carefully and checked all the windows. But I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the victim and the dark figure at the gas station. At 3 a.m., I heard a noise downstairs, like someone opening a kitchen cabinet. I grabbed my baseball bat and slowly crept down. Light streamed from the open refrigerator. "Who's there?" I called out. A man turned to face me, a large knife in his hand. He spoke, surprisingly calmly and casually. He saw me take the money from the safe. I didn't have a choice. "Now you've seen me too," he said, stepping towards me with the knife. I swung the baseball bat. It connected with his wrist, and the knife clattered to the floor. He yelled in pain, then lunged at me. I bolted for the front door, burst into the street, and yelled for help. My neighbor's lights flickered on, and they helped me call the police. Within minutes, the police arrived. This time, there were 2 cars and 6 officers. They surrounded my house. But when they went inside, they found no one. The knife was still on the kitchen floor. The back door was open. He had escaped. The police took me to a hotel for the night to ensure my safety. 3 days later, they caught the culprit when he tried to use the gas station employee's credit card at another gas station about 50 miles south. He was identified as Danny, 28, a drug addict with a history of theft. According to his confession, he went to the gas station intending to steal money from the safe. Kevin, the employee, discovered him. During the struggle, Danny knocked Kevin unconscious with a wrench and dragged him into the restroom, intending to lock him in. But Kevin unexpectedly woke up. Danny, in a panic, committed the horrific act. In court, Danny was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Since then, every time I drive past that Shell station, I still remember that fateful night. I am Emma, a 14-year-old high school student living in the peaceful suburbs of Denver. The story I'm about to tell has changed the way I see the world forever. I never expected that my friendship with Nona, my closest friend, would lead to a horrific tragedy. Nona is the type of person every girl would want to be friends with. She was beautiful, smart, and so friendly that both teachers and students adored her. At the end of October last year, Nona even received the Student of the Year award, and I felt incredibly lucky to have such a friend by my side. My parents were also very pleased that I had such a good friend, and they often said that Nona was a role model. Nona had suffered before achieving the perfect life she had now, and I believed that was the motivation that pushed her to strive every day. According to Nona, her childhood was a nightmare. Nona's biological father was a tyrannical and abusive man who would often beat her and her mother whenever he got angry. Nona said that she and her mother lived a life of being punching bags, with the sound of yelling and bruises being a familiar part of their home, which felt like a hellish space. Things only changed when her mother left the abusive marriage and remarried her stepfather. Nona said that he loved both her and her mother deeply, bringing them the peace they had never known. A girl as perfect as she seemed was expected to have a happy life, but everything changed when we entered 9th grade. Nona changed in a way that nobody could understand. He started acting strangely. One time, the homeroom teacher caught Nona secretly taking a photo of the test paper from the drawer, something no one would expect from the top student of the year. Not stopping there, Nona even punched Mr. John, the math teacher, straight on the head and ran away, then jumped from the second-floor hallway down to the schoolyard. Another time, she drank an entire bottle of hand sanitizer right in front of her classmates. These actions left me and my friends in shock. I felt worried but didn't dare to ask Nona about the reason. I also realized that they had started using drugs. That left everyone who had ever known Nona, including my parents, in shock. They forbade me from continuing to be friends with Nona, but I couldn't abandon them. Still, I didn't know how to help them. Nona, once a perfect girl, was now avoided and shunned by everyone. One weekend, Nona texted me, Christe, the other close friend in our group of 3, and several other classmates, asking us to come to her house immediately because something urgent had come up. When I asked if we should call the police, Nona immediately refused, saying that we just needed to get there as quickly as possible. In the end, only Chris and I showed up. When we arrived, Nona was standing in the front yard with a strange half-smile on her face. She asked us a very strange question, whether we had ever seen a dead body. Both Chris and I shivered, but we still followed Nona into the house. On the floor, Nona's mother lay motionless, her face disfigured and covered in red, with 3 bullet wounds. I screamed in panic, while Krista began to cry, her whole body trembling. But Nona just stood there, calm, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. I shot her 3 times, and my stepfather is about to return. My next target is him. I wanted to run, but my whole body was trembling, and my throat was tightly closed, unable to utter a single word. And what was even more terrifying was that Chris and I knew that Nona was holding a gun. Nona told us to hide in the backyard until she completed her plan. Like a machine controlled by pure fear, Krista and I nodded and quickly followed the instructions. Both Krista and I cried, a lot. We were trembling so much that we couldn't think about leaving or calling the police. About 15 minutes later, Nona's stepfather returned. The stepfather didn't have time to react as Nona rushed to attack. The gunshots rang out, followed by screams of pain and his stunned shock. He was hit but luckily escaped to a corner and called the police. I heard him scream into the phone, his voice trembling with desperation. The sound of police sirens echoed from afar, and Nona knew that time was running out. He ran out the back door, with Krista pulling me to follow. But the police had surrounded the house. They arrested Nona right in the backyard, handcuffed them, and put her in the car. Krista and I were also detained to serve as witnesses. Everything felt like a nightmare, and I couldn't stop crying when I thought about what had happened. In the following weeks, I had to attend court hearings and provide testimony. Seeing Nona in the courtroom, I was reminded of the cold smile on their face that day. After several months, the court sentenced Nona to life imprisonment. Every night, I still dream of Nona's mother lying on the floor with a bloodied face and Nona's terrifying smile. I blame myself for not doing anything to help Nona when she started to change. But now, the only thing I can do is learn to live with this haunting. I know that nightmare will haunt me forever. The story is based on a real event that occurred in March 2024, with the perpetrator being a 14-year-old girl named Carly. Born into an unhappy family with an abusive father, this became the negative foundation that influenced Carly's thoughts and personality later in life. When Carly and her mother, Ashley, escaped from the abusive husband, Ashley kept a legally registered gun for protection in case her ex-husband came looking for trouble. But that very gun ended up leading Ashley into tragedy, caused by none other than her own daughter, Carly. Carly was sentenced to life imprisonment with 3 charges of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and intentional destruction of evidence. Thus, the life that seemed to hold promise for a girl who had endured so much pain ended in a heartbreaking result. The case still sparks a lot of controversy due to the smile and the suggestive gaze exchanged between Carly and her stepfather during the trial. Many question whether the stepfather played a role in causing the tragedy. The story serves as a lesson for all parents to pay more attention to and educate their children with greater care and discipline. I am Jake, 14 years old, a sophomore at Riverdale High School. As usual, every Friday evening, I'm on the field cheering for the home team or helping out with the team. Tonight, the game lasted longer than usual because of light rain before the match, which delayed everything. When I left the field, I was exhausted, my clothes soaked with sweat mixed with the moisture in the air. The Riverdale hoodie I was wearing wasn't warm enough for the chilly February weather. The walk home was over a mile, but I was used to it, hearing each step echo on the wet pavement. Then a car appeared in the distance. The headlights lit up the road ahead, casting my shadow long behind me. The car slowly passed by, but the driver glanced at me slowly before accelerating and disappearing into the darkness. I stopped and looked around. To my left, the bushes by the road swayed lightly. It could just be the wind, I told myself, but the sound was rhythmic, almost like footsteps rather than the wind blowing. The feeling of being left behind was stranger than the presence of the car. A sudden cold gust of wind blew through, and I pulled my hoodie higher, telling myself that in just 10 more minutes, I'd be home. When I was halfway there, the headlights suddenly flashed straight into my eyes. An old green pickup truck was parked by the roadside, the engine still running, its headlights glaring down the road like a warning. I instinctively slowed down, my eyes fixed on the truck as I passed. I could see the man sitting inside through the windshield. He was leaning forward, quietly watching me. As I passed, the window rolled down. "Hey kid, it's really cold. Hop in, I'll give you a ride home." His voice was hoarse, drawn out like the wind whistling through branches. He smiled, but that smile sent a chill down my spine. "No thanks, I'm good," I replied shortly, quickening my pace, but I could feel his gaze still fixed on my back. The truck rolled forward slowly, tailing me. The headlights shone down each step I took, like a spotlight only for me. I didn't look back, but I knew he was still there. The engine's hum was soft, steady. "Kid, it's dangerous out here at night. Let me take you home." His voice echoed again from the truck window. I didn't respond, just sped up. My legs moved faster, my palms sweating. Suddenly, the truck pulled ahead, blocking my path. The man stepped out, tall in a long coat. In his hand was something long and hard, like a big flashlight. I wasn't sure. "I just want to help," he said, moving toward me. I turned and immediately ran, preferring to miss out on someone's kindness than walk into danger. The sound of pounding footsteps mixed with the engine's roar. He didn't give up. The truck revved its engine and sped toward me. I turned into a narrow alley, my legs aching but not daring to stop. The cold wind stung my face and the darkness felt thicker than ever. I crossed an empty lot, my shoes slipping on the damp ground. I almost fell, but managed to catch my balance. When I looked up, I saw the headlights still chasing me, like a relentless predator. Ahead was Ben's house. I had to get there. I banged on Ben's door, knocking furiously, my palms sore. The door swung open, and Ben stood there, his eyes sleepy, but wide with alarm, when he saw me. I rushed in and quickly locked the door. Through the window curtains, I could see the truck parked across the street. The man didn't get out. He just sat there, the headlights shining on Ben's window. "What's going on?" Ben asked, but I couldn't answer, just breathing heavily and staring at the truck. A while later, the man stepped out. He walked around the house, eyes searching. I asked Ben to call the police and prayed they would get here before anything bad happened. Maybe the winding road to Ben's house delayed the police, and the man had left. The police said they would patrol the area more, but that didn't ease my mind. One officer looked at me thoughtfully. "We've gotten similar reports recently. No one has been caught yet, but you kids should be careful." My parents decided to install security cameras the very next day. Our family, once proud of the peace in our neighborhood, now kept the windows closed and locked the front door by afternoon. But no matter what we did, The feeling of being watched lingered, as though the cold eyes of that man were still somewhere in the dark. A week later, as we drove past the old road in my dad's car, I unconsciously looked out the window. The green pickup truck was parked by the side of the road, the headlights turned off. It sat there, solitary and silent, like a creature in hibernation. There was no one inside, no signs that it was still running, but that image made me shiver. A soft breeze blew through, making the branches rustle like whispers. I could clearly feel the cold air running down my spine, freezing me in place. Deep inside my mind, I knew that even though I couldn't see the man anymore, his presence would always haunt me. And with every step, in every shadow of the road, I worried he was still there, waiting for the moment to appear again. The peace of the road home was forever gone.
I'm William, about to enter my senior year at Rice University, Texas. I just moved from the apartment I rented near campus to my house, accepting the fact that I would spend nearly 4 hours every day commuting by bus between home and school, because of a haunting story I went through a month ago. It has kept me living in constant panic and stress. My academic performance has declined, and I've lost nearly 20 pounds. I still clearly remember the excitement I felt when moving into the new apartment. It was an affordable apartment, not spacious, but enough for a college student like me. I've always had a healthy lifestyle and maintained a serious attitude toward my studies. Therefore, having a private space to focus on studying and resting is something I always wished for. Although the rent was cheap and the apartment was nothing special, I felt lucky to find a suitable, quiet, and convenient place. The first days passed very peacefully. I lived in a small apartment, rearranging the space myself to be as neat and comfortable as possible. My daily life is pretty routine. I go to school, come home, cook, and then study until late at night. Everything is going as I planned, a stable, orderly life. One afternoon in the lecture hall, while preparing for the next class, I asked Richard to watch my backpack for a moment so I could go to the restroom. But the mistake started with me, from trusting a guy who only cared about women too much. After about 10 minutes, I came back to find my backpack gone, while Richard was busy flirting with the girl sitting next to him. In that backpack were all the most important things to me: my wallet, apartment keys, and even my laptop. I panicked. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed me as I realized everything was gone. I had to spend the whole day reporting the lost items, locking my bank accounts, and contacting the landlord to find a way to get back into my apartment. But the truly horrifying events were just beginning. I started entering the final exams and spent most of my time in the apartment studying for the exams. One morning, after waking up and sitting at my study desk following breakfast, I was a bit surprised when I picked up my textbook. On the cover, there was a small sticky note with a handwritten message: "I'm back." I thought maybe someone in my group of friends was playing a prank after hearing about my lost backpack and decided to scare me a little. I didn't think much of it and threw the note away, trying to focus on studying. But the prank didn't stop there. The sticky notes kept appearing. Every day when I came home, I would find a new sticky note with cryptic messages written on it. "You're not alone. I quite like it here." Every time I saw those words, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I asked my friends about the prank, but they all firmly insisted they had nothing to do with it. Still, I reassured myself that this was just a mean-spirited prank from them. I didn't want to overthink it and make myself more anxious. One day, after returning home from a day of studying at the library, I noticed that something felt really off about the apartment. A few items I had left on the desk were gone. My favorite water cup, a few books I hadn't gotten around to reading. I searched everywhere but couldn't find them,
and that left me feeling confused. When I went into the kitchen, I froze in shock when I saw that the food in the fridge had been half-eaten and thrown around haphazardly. That was the food I had bought for the entire week. I immediately called the landlord and then reported it to the police. They came to investigate, but there were no clear signs of a break-in. I was certain that there was an intruder, and it was highly likely that he was the same person who had stolen my backpack 2 weeks ago. He wanted to disrupt my life, or was there something else he wanted? I couldn't sleep after that night. Every small sound in the apartment made me jump, my heart racing wildly. I felt no longer safe, as if every wall around me had become fragile, unable to protect me anymore. The next day, I suggested to the landlord that we change the locks and install cameras. He was very kind, and everything was taken care of that morning. But that still wasn't enough to make me feel at ease. Every time I entered the house, I felt as if someone was watching me from the darkness, eyes hiding somewhere, tracking my every step. I didn't dare turn off the lights while sleeping, but the light didn't ease my fear. It only made the darkness seem deeper. It felt as if something was waiting in the darkness, ready to emerge when I let my guard down. The sleepless nights went on, and the obsession grew stronger with each passing day. Every morning when I woke up, I anxiously looked around, checking if anything was different or if any items had been moved. I felt like I was living with a creep, but I couldn't figure out who he was. He left no trace, no clear sign, except for the scary notes and the mess in the apartment. The feeling of being invaded, watched, and helpless made me lose the confidence and peace I once had. I decided to leave the dorm and go back home, leaving all the fear and obsession behind. I didn't want to find out anything, and I believed that my choice was the best to keep my current life peaceful. I'm Adam, 29 years old. My family is not wealthy. I was born in the rural town of Chateau in Montana. Although I was born and lived in Chateau for 13 years, I didn't feel connected to this place. I always dreamed of living in a larger city, a place with many amusement parks and bustling shopping centers. My wish came true when I was 13 years old. After many years of hard work, my parents could finally afford a small house in the city of Billings. On the day we moved from Chateau, I was very happy and excited, to the point I couldn't sleep the night before. In the morning when we left our old house, I didn't look back even once. I didn't know that I was trying to escape from a peaceful and happy life and heading towards long, lonely days. The new family home is located at the end of a crowded street. It has deteriorated quite a bit, but that's all my parents could afford at that time. My room is on the attic floor, a small room with creaky wooden floors which produce an annoying sound every step. In addition to some old belongings, there were books and toys left behind. I guessed its previous owner, who seemed to be around my age. My room has a window overlooking a corner of the backyard, which made the house seem even smaller due to its spacious surroundings. I eagerly arranged some small toys received as birthday gifts on an already worn-out wooden table. The older items from my room had been boxed up and stored under this very same table. I was so excited, imagining this new life could bring forth. On the first night in the new house, everything felt quite unfamiliar. I couldn't sleep very well. Lying in bed, I tried to close my eyes, when suddenly there was a knock on the wall opposite me. I jolted upright, suspicious of the sound I had just heard. Approaching the wall, and pressed my ear against it to listen. I swear I could hear someone's steady breath coming from the wall. I raised my hand to knock on the wall, and immediately there was a knock in response. Terrified, I screamed loudly, and a few seconds later, my parents came up. My mother hugged me, trying to reassure me, while my father walked around to check the room. After confirming that nothing was unusual, my parents comforted me, saying that the house was old and that strange noises were completely normal. As he spoke, my father walked around and bounced, causing the floorboards to creak continuously. Even when he stopped, the floor let out a few more creaks before going quiet. My parents wished me good night and left. I told my mother I wanted to leave the lights on while I slept to feel more comfortable. In the following days, precisely at midnight, there would be a knock coming from the wall opposite my bed. But other than it was just that one knock at that exact time, everything else remained normal. Gradually, I paid less attention to the knocking, and it eventually disappeared without me noticing. My parents were very busy with their new jobs, and I spent more and more time home alone. On those days, my mother would prepare meals for me in advance, and my father often called to make sure I was okay. They also asked our neighbor Cassie to keep an eye on me too. I would turn on all the lights in the house overnight, so everything was crystal clear in such bright light, which made me feel more at ease. Life in this crowded modern city made me feel lonely. It was not what I had imagined. I missed my old friends back in Chateau. In the new school, I found it was too hard to integrate to new environments and make new friends. One evening while my parents were away, I groggily woke up, hearing someone calling my name. I looked at the clock. It was midnight, and I briefly thought my parents had come home. The voice called out again, whispering mysteriously, "Adam." I startled and realized that the voice was coming from the wall. I immediately jumped up, ran to the door, and tried with all my might to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I muttered angrily, cursing the damn door. "Don't be scared, don't scream. I mean you no harm." The voice was very gentle, seemingly from a woman. Sitting down on the floor, breathing heavily, I couldn't tell if I was dreaming or if this was real. "Who's there?" I was very scared, but tried to sound tough. After a while of talking with that mysterious figure, I relaxed a bit and returned to my bed. The mysterious figure understood my feelings of loneliness. I fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up in the morning, I wasn't sure if what had happened the night before was a dream or real, so I didn't tell my parents. They returned home after a 3-day work trip and then left again. Every time my parents were away, that mysterious figure would appear to talk to me. She introduced herself as Laura. Laura and I became friends, and she told me to keep it a secret. Otherwise, she would leave. I was so afraid of loneliness that I agreed. Whenever I had difficulties at school, I would confide in with her. My parents faced many challenges at work, and they often argued with each other. I would isolate myself in my room and block my ears to not hear any of those harsh language. Each time, Laura would appear and comfort me. She helped me learn how to overcome negative emotions, and I felt better every time I talked to Laura. I began to distance myself from my parents. Regardless of whether it was happy or sad, I just wanted to share everything with Laura. I got used to the voice and presence of that mysterious girl. My parents' caring words began to irritate me. I felt I was being controlled for no reason. I only believed what Laura said. I felt that having her was more than enough for my life. My parents noticed the changes in me and took me to see a psychiatrist. I found it ridiculous because I was completely healthy and my physical condition was good. I answered the doctor's questions vaguely, and I made the mistake of mentioning Laura. The doctor tried to get more information about her, but I completely fell silent after realizing my blunder. When we got home, my parents wouldn't stop talking about Laura and making their ridiculous assumptions. I ran upstairs, locked myself in my room, and sat in front of the wall, waiting for the time Laura would appear. I would apologize and hope she would forgive me for not keeping my promise. At exactly midnight, I called my mysterious friend's name as usual, but there was no response. I became anxious and frantic, yelling loudly for forgiveness and repeatedly banging my hands against the wall. I felt like I was going insane, digging and smashing at the wall in an effort to find Laura inside it.
Outside my room, my father was trying to unlock the door while my mother was crying and begging me to calm down. About 15 minutes later, the police burst into my room, and seeing me in that state left them stunned. My mother screamed loudly and then passed out. The wall appeared to be smeared with a dark, red, stenchy liquid. I sat on the floor with most of my nails completely ripped off. I was taken to the hospital and admitted to a psychiatric ward, diagnosed with severe depression. I spent 5 years there trying to escape the thoughts of that mysterious girl. Now my life is better. I have a girlfriend named Laura, a real person who is ready to love and accept my flaws.
My name's Karen, and I'm a senior studying sociology. After school, I usually babysit to help cover my living expenses. Mary, a single mom, hired me and paid pretty well. Her place is a cozy 2-story house out in the Boston suburbs. Inside, it's got that warm, homey vibe, family pictures on the walls, little toys scattered all over the living room, and a faint smell of oak from the fireplace. Ellie, 5 years old with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, was zipping around the room, her giggles making the freezing winter outside feel far away. At 10, I told Ellie a bedtime story before she drifted off. Her mom, Mary, got home right on time, like always. She gave me a kind smile, said thanks, and waved as I headed out. Back at my apartment, I suddenly realized I had left my textbook on Mary's couch. With a big paper due soon, I couldn't just leave it behind, so I decided to go back, even though it was already pretty late. The street looked totally different at that moment. It was dead quiet. The streetlights flickered on and off, and the tree shadows swayed in the dim glow, making everything feel even creepier. I stopped in front of the Parkers' house. The lights were off inside, except for a faint glow from a nightlight upstairs. As soon as I stepped in, I knew something was off. The air felt colder than usual, heavy and still, so quiet I could hear my own footsteps on the wooden floor. Near the door, melted snow and muddy footprints were smeared across the carpet, probably from Mary's boots. Just as I turned around with my book in hand, I caught a glimpse of a figure moving past the second-floor window. My heart started racing, my fingers tightening around the book like it could somehow protect me. Back in the car, my phone lit up with a call from Mary's number. Her voice was shaky and weak.
Karen, are you still here?
I quickly told her I'd just come back to grab my book.
You shouldn't have come in.
The line suddenly cut out. Mary's voice was barely a whisper before the call dropped. I sat frozen in the car, my stomach twisting with worry for Ellie. I decided to call the police. While waiting for them to show up, I stepped out, scanning the windows. Footprints in the snow led straight from the backyard to Ellie's window. The police got there fast, moving in toward the house. Through the dim glow from Ellie's room, I could see him, a tall guy holding a rifle, creeping from corner to corner. Mary was tied to a chair, her mouth gagged. Ellie sat on her mom's lap, her face red and puffy from crying, tiny hands clinging to Mary's neck. I had to look away when I saw their terrified eyes. The police surrounded the house. A SWAT team geared up and moved toward the back door, while the team leader got on a loudspeaker, stalling for time. The guy inside didn't waste any time. He shouted his demands: car, cash, a clean getaway. If they didn't give him what he wanted, he'd start with Ellie first. I gasped, my mind spinning. My heart nearly stopped when I saw him yank Ellie away from Mary, the gun aimed right at her. Inside, Mary was signaling with her hands. The guy wasn't paying attention then. Out of nowhere, Mary launched herself forward, shoving the chair at him. It wasn't a hard shove, but it was enough to throw him off balance. He spun around, gun now pointed straight at Mary. A loud bang, a flash of light. Mary's scream cut through the night, sending a chill through everyone. I shouted in the patrol car, "They need help. Please, do something." Then all hell broke loose. The SWAT team stormed in, smashing through the ground floor window, bursting through the back door, tossing flashbang into the living room. Gunshots rang out, screams, Ellie's wails cutting through the chaos. The guy stumbled through the smoke, clutching Ellie tight, yanking her in front of him like a human shield. He was yelling non-stop, gunfire erupting wildly, bullets flying in every direction. Then a bullet hit his hand. His grip loosened. The gun clattered to the floor. An officer rushed in, tackled him to the ground, and cuffed him while another officer carried Ellie out. I ran over, nearly tripping as I grabbed Ellie and pulled her into my arms. She was sobbing, her little cries cutting through the silence now that everything was over. At the police station, I sat next to Mary while they patched her up before taking her to the hospital. Ellie wouldn't let go of me, clinging to my arm, still crying. The guy didn't look scared at all. If anything, his expression sent a chill down my spine. He smirked, eyes full of mockery as he stared at Mary and her mom through the glass partition. After hours of questioning and investigation, the truth finally came out. Turns out, he used to work for the company that maintained the Parkers' family security system. He'd been watching them for months. That wasn't his first time pulling off a robbery like this. He even admitted he regretted not being more careful, said he should have taken me too. Mary's call was him forcing her to stage a fake scene, hoping it'd keep her and Ellie safe. A chill ran down my spine when I realized just how close I'd been to pure evil. What if I hadn't come back that night? Mary had to have surgery and would need weeks to recover. I stayed at the Parkers' house to help take care of Ellie, but things weren't the same anymore. Ellie jumped at every loud noise. Every night she needed me or Mary beside her just to fall asleep. I couldn't shake the memories either. Mary getting shot, Ellie's cries, the cold, empty look in that guy's eyes. It all kept replaying in my head. I tried to push it away, but some nights I'd jolt awake from nightmares. One day, as light snow started falling, I stood by the window, watching the flakes drift down. Ellie came over and tugged my hand. For the first time in weeks, she smiled, really smiled. "I'm not scared anymore," she whispered. But I knew the truth. Neither of us would ever forget that night. It was a reminder that even in the safest places, danger can be lurking. And sometimes, it's the tiniest gut feelings that end up saving the things that matter most.
I'm Brenna, and I work as a nurse at one of the local hospitals. My husband Ben and I split up 18 years ago and still haven't gotten around to filing for divorce. We don't have kids or any stuff to split. Honestly, this marriage was never a happy one. I kept trying to patch things up, but Ven just kept making it worse. But that doesn't even begin to cover the story of that devil in disguise. He was the one who plotted to take me out and get his hands on the house I'm living in now, which is worth $300,000. I texted Ven, asking if he could swing by in a few days while I was on vacation to look after my cat. Ven didn't text back, so I tried calling, but he didn't pick up. When I got back from the salon, I spotted a note stuck to the microwave. Didn't sleep well, so I'm heading to the beach for a few days. Ven's note. He was just saying no, but whatever. It wasn't a big deal to me. After tidying up the kitchen a bit, I headed up to the bedroom and got this weird feeling something was off. The room looked a bit dimmer than usual, so I glanced around and saw the curtains were shut. No way I did that. I've been opening those curtains every single morning for years, like clockwork. I went in to open the curtains, and out of nowhere, a man showed up. My first thing that caught my eye was the long-handled hammer he was holding. He was about 6 feet tall, wearing a baseball cap and some yellow gloves. He didn't give me a chance to react. He lunged at me and hit me like a maniac with that weapon in his hand. First hit from the hammer landed on my shoulder and right arm while I was trying to defend myself. My survival instinct kicked in right away, and I realized I had to fight back. I started scratching and biting, thinking I had to leave as many marks on him as I could for police to find the guy later. There was no way I could match his strength, especially since he was almost twice my height. But actually, my big body at the time came in pretty handy. Using my size to my advantage, I charged at him, but that first hit didn't really do much. The man just staggered for a second and didn't go down. "You're so strong," he said, and that fired me up to fight back and protect my life. I charged at him again, using my whole body to take control of the intruder. This time I got it right. I seized the chance to grab the hammer from his hand and hit him back. "Who are you? Who sent you?" I yelled, but the intruder was out cold from the last hit. I bolted outside, screaming to get attention, and asked the neighbors to call the police. I went back inside to deal with the other guy, and once again, faced the harsh reality of human nature. He came to and jumped right back into attacking me like before. I've been a nurse for 30 years, and during that time, we've done a ton of self-defense classes to handle tough patients. Using my size and skills from work, I overpowered him again. I climbed on top of him and used a judo air choke, completely taking him down. "Who sent you here? Just tell me, and I'll let you go and call an ambulance." But he still wouldn't say anything, and his stiff body slowly relaxed and stopped breathing. At that point, the police showed up, and I still couldn't shake the fact that I'd just gone toe-to-toe with the death. The police did their thing and figured out that the intruder was Aiden Knight, a man with a long rap sheet for stealing. The police first thought it was just a regular break-in, but then they realized there weren't any valuables taken from the house. The bag Aiden Knight left in my basement was the proof that nailed the whole thing down. I found the bag when I decided to crash at my friend's place after that crazy incident. Inside the bag was $200 in cash, a diary, some meds, and a paycheck. It's worth mentioning that the check was from the company my husband then worked for. The police didn't take long to figure everything out and piece the whole story together. Ven fessed up to all his crimes, saying he wanted to inherit the house worth $300,000 after I kicked the bucket. I cried, feeling really sorry for myself. Living with a controlling and selfish husband for 18 years, he was totally grossed out when he saw how much I had changed. That's why we never had kids. But I tried a bunch of times to fix our relationship and never blamed him. Ven got sentenced to 10 years in prison, and I filed a lawsuit for $1 million to make sure he wouldn't have a dime left to hire someone to try and take me out again. Ven died 3 months before his prison term was up, and honestly, it was a huge relief for me. I didn't even bother to change the lock on the house. It was still set to the day Ven and I got married. But in the end, all my love, sacrifice, and patience were totally wasted. This whole story is totally based on something that really happened back in 2006. The main characters are this couple, Susan Walters and Mike Kuhnhausen. Susan used to think that marrying Mike was the best decision she ever made. But after 18 years, their marriage hit a dead end they just couldn't fix. Susan decided to divorce, but Mike wasn't having it. He even cooked up a cruel plan to hire one of his old work buddies to take her out. In the end, justice was served. Mike got what was coming to him, but Susan's mental scars just couldn't be healed.
I'm Jared Mason, a senior studying computer science at the University of Pennsylvania. My life revolves around stressful classes, group projects, and the familiar coffee shop near campus. But that day, everything changed forever. The morning started just like any other day. In the Python programming class, I sat next to Noah, my best friend. Nathan texted me yesterday, Noah whispered while the professor was lecturing. He asked about you, but it sounded strange, like he was trying to get some information. I just forced a smile and pretended not to care. Since Nathan transferred schools 2 years ago, we had almost completely cut off contact. The relationship between me and him had fallen apart due to misunderstandings I tried to forget. By lunchtime, I went to the restroom. The space was strangely quiet, with only the sound of water dripping from the sink. I was washing my face when the light suddenly went out. The air became stifling, as if it were being suffocated. I could hear an announcement coming from the school's public address system, but since I was washing my face, I didn't pay attention, only hearing the sound of water running. My phone vibrated, and a message from Noah appeared. Jared, someone brought a gun to school. The school is on lockdown. Be careful. My whole body went stiff. The message hit me like a punch to the mind. I opened the restroom door and walked down the empty hallway. The classroom doors were all shut tight, with no sounds coming from inside. I decided to head back to the computer lab, the closest place where I felt safe. Inside the room, the weak light from a single monitor illuminated the still space. I closed the door and held my breath. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway, making me shiver. A figure appeared through the frosted glass door. My heart raced when the door opened and the person stepped in. It was Nathan. He didn't see me right away. In his hand was a rifle. I froze. A mixture of familiarity and fear washed over me. Nathan, my old friend, now the one bringing a gun to school. His eyes were cold, empty. Nathan moved slowly, looking around the room. Fortunately, he didn't notice me hiding in the dark corner. After what felt like an eternity, Nathan left, leaving me sitting motionless, my mind swirling with unanswered questions. Memories flooded back like a huge wave. Nathan had once been my closest friend, but everything changed when we worked on a big project together in our sophomore year. While working, I accidentally discovered that Nathan had plagiarized an old newspaper. Under pressure to get good grades, I reported it to the professor. Nathan was suspended for a semester. I thought I had done the right thing, but Nathan never forgave me. He lost his scholarship opportunity and had to transfer to another school. We cut off contact after that. Rumors about Nathan started spreading, that he had fallen into depression, that he blamed those who had betrayed him. I never thought that I would be the focus of that anger. When I walked out of the computer lab, a police officer approached and handed me a journal. We found this in Nathan's backpack. You're the first name on the elimination list. The journal was filled with scribbled words expressing pain and hatred. Jared Mason, he ruined my future. I must make him pay. Reading each line, I could feel Nathan's desperation. But what stunned me was another part. I don't want to do this. I just want him to understand my pain. The next day, I faced Nathan in the holding cell. He sat there, his face gaunt, but his eyes no longer cold. I didn't mean to shoot anyone, he whispered. I just wanted you to know what I've been through. I didn't know what to say. The regret surged within me like a wave, sweeping away any excuses. I realized that reporting him that day wasn't just about fairness, but also about my own selfishness to protect my grades. Nathan was convicted, but sent to a mental health treatment center instead of prison. As for me, I decided to write him a letter. In the letter, I apologized for what I had done and wanted to help him start over. 2 months later, I attended a mental health workshop at school. I shared my story, encouraging everyone to pay attention to the signs of distress in those around them. Nathan might not have fallen into the abyss if I had listened to him more. Although I can't change the past, I hope my actions now will help people like Nathan find the light in the darkness. I still remember the day Ricky showed up at the dorm. He was tall and skinny, with pale skin like he'd never stepped outside in the sun. His messy black hair hung down over his forehead, almost covering his dark eyes. Ricky didn't smile or give me a friendly hello. He just nodded a little when I introduced myself. He gave me a quick glance and then turned away, dragging his small suitcase into the room. When Ricky talked, which wasn't often, his voice was low and clipped, like a chilly breeze that leaves you feeling cold but nothing else. From the start, there was this uneasy vibe about him, quiet but heavy, like something was off. Our dorm room was tiny and bare, just enough space for 2 beds, a shared desk, and a cramped wardrobe. Ricky didn't bring much, just a plain black backpack and a square cardboard box taped up with dull-colored tape. For some reason, every time I looked at that box, it felt like it weighed a ton. Ricky slid the box under his bed, like it was something sacred that no one could touch. Ever since he showed up, the vibe in the room got heavier by the day. During the day, Ricky was barely around. Where he went, or what he did, I had no idea, and I didn't want to ask. At night, Ricky usually sat at the desk with his back to me. He never turned on the lights, just used the dim glow from his laptop screen. That faint light lit up his face when I snuck a look, casting weird shadows on his hollow cheeks and deep-set eyes. One night, I woke up at 2 a.m., and there he was, still at the desk, typing slowly on his keyboard. The sound was steady, like a faint scratching on wood, echoing in the stiflingly quiet room. This creeping fear started to crawl into my head, but I kept telling myself I was just overthinking it. One evening, I met this girl named Emmy on Snapchat. She popped up out of nowhere, replying to a story I posted about dorm life. Emmy had this cute vibe, blonde hair to her shoulders, and a smile that lit up her whole face, which is what she showed on her avatar. We hit it off right away, and she seemed interested in my life. When I brought up Ricky, though, she got extra curious. I told her about all the weird stuff he did, the sketchy box under his bed, the late nights, and those intense, unsettling stares. She told me to be careful, but joked that maybe I was just overthinking it because I wasn't getting enough sleep. Then one night, things went from weird to straight up bad. I got back to the room later than usual after a study group. When I opened the door, there was Ricky, bent over, digging through my drawers. My heart froze. Ricky didn't even flinch or turn around, like getting caught didn't bother him at all. He just stood up, shut the drawer, and went back to his desk like nothing happened. I tried to play it cool, slowly walked to my bed, and sat down, but inside, I was freaking out. What was Ricky doing going through my stuff? And why didn't he act surprised when I caught him? Those questions kept spinning in my head, and I couldn't sleep at all that night. The suspicion hit a whole new level the next night. Ricky left the room, so I decided to check his stuff. I opened his suitcase and found just a few old clothes, folded way too neatly. I was about to walk away when I noticed the jacket hanging by Ricky's bed. Something in me said to check it out, even though I knew messing with someone else's stuff wasn't cool. As I pulled that old phone out of my pocket, the screen lit up. A Snapchat notification popped up. The account Emmy had just gotten a message. It felt like the ground disappeared beneath me. I opened the app, and everything clicked. Ricky was Emmy. Every conversation we'd had, all the feelings, thoughts, and fears I'd shared about him. He knew it all. A wave of dread washed over me, like I'd been completely exposed under his cold stare. In full-on panic mode, I ran to the closet and started shoving everything into my backpack. I had to get out of there, right then and there. Every second I could hear Ricky's footsteps getting closer. Before I bolted, I glanced at the box under his bed one last time. The lid was slightly open, and inside I saw candid photos of me. There were pictures of me sleeping, sitting in the library, even texting on Snapchat. I took off right in that night. My footsteps echoed through the dark hallway, blending with the sound of my pounding heart. I didn't dare look back. I didn't want to see Ricky or anything else chasing me. It wasn't until the dorm door slammed shut behind me that I finally stopped to catch my breath, but the fear didn't go away. I had no idea what had driven Ricky to do all that, and I didn't want to know. I just wanted to forget everything about that dorm room and never look back.
Hello, how may I help you? Please help me. I just shot a man. Could you please explain the situation further? My wife was just attacked by him. Please come here and help me. Do you need ambulance, fire truck, or police car? Yes, I need everything. That was the phone call received at 10 p.m. at our police station. I'm William, 47 years old, working as a police officer in Ohio. That evening I was on duty with 2 colleagues. We received a report of a serious assault at a residence about 15 kilometers from the station. Immediately, myself and another colleague moved to that house. Upon arrival, the scene inside the house left us stunned. Under the floor, a man and a woman lay apart from each other. The woman had been attacked, her head severely disfigured. The man had 3 gunshot wounds to his forehead, blood still flowing. Bloodstains covered the floor and walls, yet to dry. The room was in disarray. A man around 40 years old sat on the sofa, holding a trembling and crying little girl about 6 years old. He wore a blood-stained sweatshirt, and his right arm was deeply torn. That was Henry, the husband of the attacked woman, and the one who had called the police. The medical staff began assessing the condition of Henry's wife and the other man. I asked Henry questions to gather information while my colleague observed the scene. Henry was visibly panicked when he saw us arrive. He kept asking if his wife was okay and begged the medical staff to save her. We tried to reassure Henry, promising to do our best, but looking at the grim reality, we knew both his wife and the other man were already dead. After Henry calmed down, he painfully recounted the whole story. Henry's family had a small gym in the basement. That Sunday afternoon, Henry was working out on the treadmill down in the basement. Suddenly, there was a loud noise on the roof. Henry rushed upstairs and called out his wife Martha's name, but she didn't respond. Entering the bedroom, Henry didn't find his wife anywhere, only his 6-year-old daughter lying on the bed. As Henry stepped into the living room, he was suddenly attacked by a man wielding a dirty axe. Reacting quickly, Henry managed to dodge and the axe swung down hard onto his right arm. After assessing the situation, Henry hastily retrieved the gun hidden in the drawer and fired 3 shots into the man's forehead in self-defense. Then he saw his wife lying on the floor with a horrified expression. Henry immediately called the police. Henry told us that the man who attacked his wife was named Isaac. I was surprised and asked how he knew the name of the man. Henry said that Isaac had harassed Martha several times before. The man named Isaac, 35 years old, lived in a mobile home and had no relatives other than his girlfriend who lived with him. As Martha's body was being taken away, I noticed that the couple's daughter kept screaming and looking at Henry with hatred in her eyes. The girl seemed like she wanted to run towards us and say something, but was restrained by Henry. He tightly held onto her arm, glaring at her fiercely. But I soon forgot about this detail as I focused on the case. The investigation into Isaac's background revealed prior allegations of domestic violence against women. Everything seemed clear-cut, yet the perpetrator was already deceased and the case was swiftly resolved. Henry was also acquitted of the murder charge on grounds of self-defense. However, Henry didn't stop there. He kept demanding justice, insisting that Isaac pay for taking Martha's life. Henry was seemingly deeply distraught over his wife's death, leading to some unusual actions. It was a swift but haunting case for me. until 6 months after the case was closed. The police department received a phone call from a mysterious woman claiming to be a friend of Martha. She said she wanted to report the real murderer in Martha's case from 6 months prior. Immediately, arrangements were made for her to come to the police station and provide her statement. The girl was Keva. Keva asserted that the person who killed Martha was Henry, Martha's husband. Keva confessed that she and Henry had an affair while Martha was still alive. Henry planned to kill his wife and take possession of Martha's considerable wealth. He secretly investigated and discovered that Martha was having an affair. The daughter he cherished so much was actually the daughter of his wife and her lover. Henry shared his plan with Keva, hoping she would cooperate with him, but Keva adamantly refused. After being rejected by Keva, Henry shifted his focus to the man, Isaac, to manipulate him and frame him for the crime. Henry's plan unfolded perfectly according to what he had calculated. After Martha's death, he sold the house and bought a new one, living comfortably with the money he inherited from his wife. Keva revealed that she had wronged Martha by being involved with Henry. However, her conscience would never allow her to commit murder. Keva underwent psychological treatment for many months to be able to speak the truth. She urged us to quickly apprehend Henry because he might harm Martha's daughter. We arrived at the address provided by Keva and witnessed Martha's daughter being abused by a strange woman. The girl, with a face resembling her late mother's, cried loudly and begged for forgiveness from the unknown woman. Shortly after, Henry returned home and appeared shocked to see us. The cold-blooded man was living off the money of his deceased wife, along with his lover, who was 20 years younger than him. The case was reinvestigated, and Henry was sentenced to death for the first-degree murder. His accomplice received a 7-year prison sentence for child abuse. After everything, the one who suffered the most severe damage was still Martha's daughter.
I'm Victor. I'm 27, and I work as an IT engineer. I make a pretty decent living. I've got a girlfriend who usually comes over to my place on the weekends and stays the night. My apartment's in a small building that's not super modern, but the rent is pretty reasonable. I could afford to move to a nicer place, but I'm fine with where I'm at. My neighbors are pretty friendly. Basically, we just say hello when we see each other, maybe lend a few small household items and keep to ourselves. That's all I need from my neighbors, and luckily, that's exactly what I've got. But there's one exception. He lives in the opposite apartment and is around my age. He's not nosy or anything, but his actions do bother me and others. He doesn't have a stable job, and he spends all day doing silly stuff, filming it and posting it on social media. When he sees people reacting and commenting, he laughs out loud. His jokes are pretty loud and end up bothering everyone around him. One time, the hallway was filled with foam crumbs. They ended up blowing into my apartment and my neighbor's place next door. It even got in my throat while I was walking and talking on the phone. That was from one of his ridiculous challenges. I don't mean to judge anyone or their job, but in his case, he's causing trouble and discomfort for more than just me. He's asked me to be a guest on his challenge many times, but at that time it was 11 p.m. I was in my pajamas, and I couldn't have looked more annoyed. After that, I was really busy with work and wasn't home much. One afternoon, I had a dinner date with my girlfriend, so we decided to spend some time together. When I got back to my apartment, there was a huge package blocking the entrance to our garage. I didn't remember ordering anything, so I got out of the car and went over to check out the package. It was addressed to that neighbor who's always causing trouble, and it said it was a returned package. That meant he had sent the package, and for some reason, it was returned. I figured he'd bought the equipment for his video shoot. I moved it aside to clear the way for the car to get into the garage,
and the package was insanely heavy. He must have bought a whole cow. I accidentally let go of it, and the package fell to the ground. There was a sound like plastic breaking. I was a bit panicked, but I quickly brushed it off. I figured I'd just tell him it was the carrier's fault, and that would be the end of it. I left the package next to the garage door, where it was covered by the roof. My girlfriend had just arrived, so we went inside, cooked together, and had a nice peaceful evening. The next morning we drove to work. As I passed the garage door, I was a bit surprised to see his package still there. Oh well, he'd see it anyway. I had a new project and was busy at work for 3 days straight. When I got back to the apartment after 3 days, I found the package still there. The cardboard box underneath was damp and a bit dented. I smelled something bad while I was still in the car. Someone in the building asked me, "Have you seen Dennis?" "I was at work. I just got home today," I said. "The bad smell has been there for a few days. Everyone's busy at work like me, so they don't notice. I have to deal with it by myself." I decided to deal with the package first. My neighbor was probably off doing some challenge somewhere. He'd been away from home for days like this a few times before. In the afternoon, after getting some rest, I grabbed scissors, gloves, and a bunch of large plastic bags and headed to the garage. The package was now leaking a red liquid, and it was swarming with flies. I wore 2 masks, but the smell was so strong it almost made me throw up a few times. I was fed up with dealing with the fallout from his ridiculous challenges, and now I had to clean up this mess from my neighbor. It had to be food he ordered to use later, which is why it smelled so awful. When I sliced the tape open, I saw a clear plastic box with something inside that I couldn't quite identify, but there were tons of maggots mixed in with some cloth. I tore off another piece of cardboard from the carton, bent down to take a closer look, and was met with the sight of a face being eaten away by thousands of wriggling creatures. I screamed and immediately called the police. 10 minutes later, the police showed up, took the package right away, and asked me to come down to the station to give a statement. After the forensic results came in, they concluded that the body in the package was my neighbor. He had died from suffocation. Another friend who often helped him with filming videos went to the police station to make a report. 2 weeks ago, he took on a new challenge. He was going to turn himself into a package and travel across the states. He packed some dry food, waste bags, and climbed into a plastic box. In the beginning, he still kept in touch with his friend and mentioned how much he was enjoying it. He could feel the shaking whenever the truck was moving. His friend was busy with work and forgot about it. The most unfortunate thing happened to this guy, who was way too young. The price he paid for his recklessness was just too scary. I hope no one else becomes a victim of pointless pranks, especially kids, with social media being what it is today.
I'm Oliver, 23 years old, just graduated from UC Berkeley, California, major in psychology. After a hard-working session, I plan to get some time off for myself, spending it with family, friends, before going to grind out later in work and labor. One day when I was doing web surfing, I came across a job that had the title Guardian of Sleep. That was really intriguing, so I dug deeper. The job was pretty simple according to the brochure. All you gotta do was to call the customers and literally guard their sleep. The customers would pay the guardians by the sessions. The fees were up to their negotiation. It was kinda like a nice job. No need to spend much on travel expenses. All you gotta do was to stay, literally, guarding the other's sleep. Plus, also able to study your customers' psychology on the field. Awesome.
I immediately contacted the organization, signing up for the job as guardian of sleep. They added me into the list. All I gotta do was to leave my contact information. The customers would then make the contact soon. Maybe graduating in psychology was truly a bonus, because I soon received some early customers. It was kinda easy as it should, once I passed the assigned time and pricing. It did mess up my schedule a little bit, working in graveyard shift. So I would spend my daytime sleeping and resting, spending the nighttime for guardian work. Most of my customers were the elderly, living alone. They often have what I deemed loneliness syndrome, that affecting their sleep. Especially when you add in the amount of urination those elderly had to do, you get the point I'm talking about. A few weeks in, the work ran pretty smooth. I had built a personal network of acquaintances myself. I got quite a lot of money for someone who just graduated. At the time, I was compiling a sleep study based on my customers' sleeping patterns. That evening, when it's close to midnight, I received a text from a strange number. That person requested my assistance in their sleep guardian now. Since I had an empty schedule on that date, I immediately agreed, and then that number after some time, FaceTime called me. In front of me was a young woman. She's crying hard and seemed to be in great distress. Took me a few seconds to settle, where I greeted her politely. The young woman was still crying for a while after that. I had to stay silent until she calmed down completely, which took about 20 minutes. The young woman introduced herself as Sophie. Due to protocol, I wasn't allowed to ask any further information, as well as the reasons for her distress. My job was only guarding her sleep, so I talked a bit to make her feel better. After some time, Sophie laid down on her bed, covered herself in the blanket, and said nothing else. She just kept her eyes opened, fixated to the ceiling all night long. At 7 a.m., I announced that my shift had ended, saying farewell to Sophie and prepared to leave. Still fixed on the lying position, she opened up to me, still in a monotonous voice. "I want to schedule a long-term deal with you, to guard my sleep every night." The proposal took me by surprise, yet I agreed after a short while to consider. After all, the deal was still good, since I would have the psychological profile of a new, peculiar young candidate. Even though I was intrigued by Sophie's actions, however, I respected the privacy protection terms, and therefore would not discuss any further. That evening, Sophie called me very early, at around 8 p.m. She said she needed someone to talk to. She was afraid of the emptiness and darkness of the household. Taking a look at Sophie's bedroom, I guess she was pretty financially stable, so I asked her information about her age to give out the best advices for the quality of sleep. Yet she deflected the questions away, instead focusing on other topics. Once again, at 12 o'clock sharp, she lay down on the mattress and again slept with her eyes open. It occurred days after days where she would remain fixed on one position until daybreak. Her calls to me went earlier and earlier as the days went by. Sometimes I received her call right at sunset. "I'll pay you more. Just watch me from sunset to sunrise. And keep an eye on me at all time, please. Not 1 second." I felt her mental state deteriorated day after days. One evening, I was dead tired since I was too busy to sleep in the daytime. At around 11 p.m., I began yawning constantly, with the fatigue set in quickly and heavily. At midnight, when Sophie went to sleep, the silence, combined with the sleep deprivation, finally knocked me out completely. I didn't know for how long had I been sleeping. I just knew that this sleep was the best one I had in a long time, enough for me to detach myself completely from reality. Until a sudden noise jolted me up from sleep. It came from my still opening iPad. After a minute of scrambling, I suddenly realized that I still needed to watch over Sophie. I quickly grabbed the iPad, which was showing the scene of her bedroom ceiling. It looked like her mobile device had been impacted sometime when I fell asleep. I was hesitant to tell her my apology for falling asleep. I was afraid I might disrupt her quiet environment. A few seconds later, it looked like Sophie's phone went back to being steady again. However, instead of Sophie, it was a person dressed in black. His face was concealed underneath a face sticker mask. However, his build was definitely a man. After a few seconds, I greeted him, but he didn't seem to respond. I asked whether he knew Sophie and what he was doing there in her room. The man remained silent, yet the sticker face seemed to have some shift in its wrinkles, and I was sure he was smirking. Sophie's hand suddenly appeared on the screen, waving at me. I guess that meant she told me that everything's okay. That man must have been someone she knew, and it seemed they were having some fun. However, Sophie's hand rose up further, and the man's hand holding it was soaked red with blood. No, to be exact, Sophie's severed hand that completely been detached from her arms. What the hell was going on? I asked myself frantically, not sure what I was witnessing and whether it was all of a prank or something that was happening for real. The man raised his hand, and another of Sophie's severed hand went up, waving at me. My heart beat up like crazy while I was paralyzed at the scene. That man seemed to be very excited at my expulsion. His bloodied hands meant something very, very terrible just happened with Sophia, and that very hand seemed to pull the camera down to the floor. I couldn't blink, my eyes glued toward his every movement. A stream of blood oozed down from his hand over the camera, smearing the screen in a blood-red filter. Sophie's black hair rose up on the screen, slowly revealing her bloodied face. She had both her eyes closed, and there was a lot of blood flowing from her neck down to her cheeks from the upside-down position. The man stopped at the almost severed neck of my client, then laughed aloud ecstatically. I shivered at the sight. What I witnessed there was so fucking surreal that it wasn't an impulsive act of anger in a robbery gone wrong. No, it seemed like a work of the devil. FaceTime connection suddenly went blank, snapped me from the trance I was at. Frantically dialed 911. I told the police about the murder scene I had witnessed, but when pressed further from the police, I knew only that the victim name was Sophie. Since the calls came from untraceable number, I couldn't recontact her again. Months of work with the police investigation, and we couldn't figure out where or even who Sophie was. The incident left me with a severe case of post-traumatic stress disorder, and I had to undergo psychiatric treatments. I couldn't bring myself to use any type of mobile devices with video features for almost 2 years. I had witnessed a serious murder right there at the screen. But the thing was, there wasn't any trace of Sophie, or any reports nationwide, and we didn't even know who Sophie was at all. To that day, I sometimes wondering about the things that happened, on whether it was real, or all just a dream. Whether that device from Sophie would ever contact me once again.
I'm Dylan, and it felt like my life ended 2 years ago. I used to think about the craziest, darkest stuff, but luckily I didn't go through with it. Maybe God was looking out for me. Back then I was working as an electrician, making pretty good and steady money, but I was busy with work all day long. My wife was a stay-at-home mom, and we had an 18-year-old daughter, Stella, who was studying accounting. I got a call from Stella's school while I was at work.
Hello, Mr. Brown. I'm Stella's advisor.
Yes, hello, ma'am.
I just called Vera a few minutes ago to talk about Stella's grades, sir. But there's one thing I think's more important. I heard some kind of fight or argument while your wife's phone was still on. I heard some yelling, and then A voice, saying it was Vera, kept talking to me. But I don't think it was your wife. I called the police. Sorry, I just remembered to call you now.
I had saved my daughter's advisor's number, so I was sure the call wasn't a scam. Feeling anxious and unsure, I immediately called home, but neither my wife nor my daughter picked up, even though the phone was still ringing. I quickly asked the manager if I could leave work early, and then my phone suddenly rang. I was hoping it'd be my wife or daughter calling back to say everything was okay, but it was the police.
Hey, Mr. Brown, we're the local cops and we're outside your house. We need you to come home right away.
I knew something was up, so I kept praying all the way home. I hoped that when I got home, my wife and daughter would be there to greet me like usual. But that time, it didn't happen. In front of my house, there were 2 police cars and an ambulance with almost a dozen police and medical staff. My daughter Stella was on the ground crying. I ran over to hug my daughter, and Stella cried even harder.
Dad, help Mom, the intruder. There was so much blood on the floor. Please.
Stella couldn't hold it together, and I'd never seen her so scared before. I held her tight while I talked with the police about what was going on. We got a call from your daughter's teacher saying there was a big fight in the family. When we got here, we saw your wife lying on the floor with a lot of blood. As soon as I heard that, I rushed into the house, but the policeman stopped me. Just stay calm. We've given your wife first aid and need to keep the scene clear. I broke down in tears when I found out what was happening. The police kept asking Stella about everything she'd seen.
Someone broke the window. They had a knife and...
Stella couldn't keep going, just sobbing and shaking. I hugged her tight. Seeing that Stella was getting worse, the police quickly took her to the hospital. A few minutes later, they brought my wife out of the house in really bad shape. The stretcher my wife was on was almost totally covered in blood, and she had a bunch of big cuts, especially on her head and face. I just collapsed when I saw that. A few hours ago, my family and I were happily having breakfast together, and now I'm dealing with watching my wife and kids in pain. Mr. Brown, we'll find you another place to stay until the investigation's done. The next 2 days felt like a nightmare for me. My daughter couldn't talk. She just kept crying and was really panicked. My wife was in the ER and ICU, and they weren't letting anyone in. I couldn't remember the last time I ate, but I wasn't even hungry. By the morning of the 3rd day, the police called me to the station to talk about the investigation.
Mr. Brown, we're sorry to let you know this. Your wife passed away a few minutes ago.
It felt like my heart was being crushed. I had this sharp pain in my chest, and it was super hard to breathe.
Second, it looks like your daughter might have killed your wife.
I instantly broke down in tears. My life felt like it was falling apart. The police brought out a bunch of evidence from the investigation. First, they talked about the relationship between my wife and daughter. They'd been having a major conflict for the past few months. The day it all went down was when my wife got a call from the school saying Stella had been suspended for almost 2 months because of a bunch of scandals. My wife couldn't handle the phone call and immediately started grilling Stella. Stella, the daughter I always expected and trusted, had been living a wild lifestyle. A bunch of times, my wife would sneak off to the police station to bail Stella out whenever she got into trouble or fights. And it was my daughter who, during all the conflict and drama,
grabbed a knife from the kitchen, and Stella, realizing how serious things were, made up a fake scene by smashing the glass door and messing up the living room. I cried and broke down a lot. If I should have paid more attention to my family, maybe this heartbreaking stuff wouldn't have happened. On the day of the trial, I watched my daughter get sentenced and taken away. I can't even put into words how I felt at that moment. She was an adult and had to own up to what she did. For the next year, I looked really skinny. I looked like I was 70, even though I was only 55. Now my life settled down. I'm back to work, involved in a bunch of volunteer projects, and hanging out with more friends my age. On March 3rd, 2024, around noon, a teacher from the Student Affairs Office at Mount Union University in Ohio called a student's parents to let them know their 19-year-old daughter got suspended because she'd failed a bunch of classes. The teacher then heard a heated argument and a lot of shouting. The call dropped, and after a few callbacks, someone finally picked up and said they were the student's parent. Seeing something weird, the teacher called the police to check things out, and a horrifying story that ended tragically for a family came to light.
What happened?
Your wife and daughter got into an argument.
She's going to jail forever. Your wife's dead. Now us too.
My name's Lewis, 27 years old. I graduated from University of California, Berkeley, majoring in museum collections and studies. A few months ago, I was transferred to work in the Smithsonian, one of the most well-known museums in the United States. Since I would be working in R&D here, I felt pretty excited about it. On my first day of work, I decided to have a walk around the museum, seeing the vast collection of it. I happened to come across Fiona, an employee who was the same age as mine, with 1 year experience. She also shared the same position as I was. We got to know each other and quickly felt like a good match. Fiona showed me around the place, introducing the artifacts along the way. To be honest, I wasn't paying much attention to the things she said. I was more attracted to her joyous face and those beautiful brown eyes. A few minutes later, we're given tasks by administration to receive the latest artifacts just arriving this morning. Fiona took me to the artifact collection room. In this room, there's a lot of very, very precious artifacts of huge historical value, requiring great care and handling. Fiona would run through the initial inspection while I did the note-taking for categorization. The last artifact we received was a wooden cube with strange marking on the surface. Each side measured about 1.3 feet. The object was made of wood, covered in a rather thick layer of dust. We felt kind of weird about this artifact. None of us had any information about it. On the right side, there was a rotatable metal knob. I guess it was the artifact opening mechanism, so I did turn it a bit, trying to open it. Fiona immediately voiced her concern, yet it was too late, for I had already committed. For each turn came a small click, as if you're winding up an antique music box. I was fascinated by this object, while Fiona was really spooked by this. The knobs had been turned all the way and no longer moved at all. I and Fiona attentively watched over the box. There wasn't anything happening after a few seconds. Then, suddenly, a clown jumped out from the box, followed by a sinister laughter. Startled, Fiona fell backward, which also startled me. There was a rather big clown shoved within the classic Jack-in-the-Box, giving out a grin, bobbing back and forth on the spring-powered mechanism. Fiona was disturbed by the laughter, in stark contrast to my fascination. The clown figure was kinda ugly, creepy dark reflection with two big sunken dark eyes. The clown had a wide open gape, which the sinister laughter came from. To be honest, It's kinda creepy when you see it further and further. My guess was this jack-in-the-box was an antique toy, which we quickly left aside to focus onto our work. It was the first day of work. Because I want to show off a little bit with my new colleague, I stayed all the way late into the night, until both of us were exhausted by the work after tons of documentation about all the artifacts. So I decided to invite Fiona to dinner, which she declined, for her boyfriend would come to pick her up. Oh, it was a bummer. Fiona had a boyfriend already. So she left the scene first, leaving me alone with bitter disappointment. The next day I went to work early, opening the office with the jack-in-the-box right in front of my door. Okay, who left it here? Because aside from me and Fiona last night, nobody would be here ever since, huh? Fiona arrived right after that, and when I asked her about the box, she wasn't sure either. Ever since we're out of the office yesterday, nobody would touch it then. After a quick inspection, we found that the box remained intact. We left it aside and dived into our work. Around lunchtime, I came to the archive room and unexpectedly, the box appeared there again. This time, I did a more careful observation of the object. There was some unintelligible marking on the box, as well as a number 0 on the top of it. This object really intrigued me. It must be someone really intrigued by it in the museum staffs that they left it all over the place like this. Suddenly, the knob rotating on itself, clicking over each knot. This startled me, frozen me on my track, glued my gaze into the strange artifact. Fiona then called my name from afar and snapped me out of my trance. The box suddenly stopped turning on its own, too. Fiona asked me why I was idling for such a long time. I answered back with my experience and questions about the mysterious box. She put that aside immediately, telling me about the incoming expo. We would have a lot of work to do. The mysterious box was an unnecessary distraction. I left, nonetheless, questions about the box ringing within my head. That day, we finished our work very late. Yet we're contented. We'd made good preparation for the incoming exhibition. So needless to say our frustration when we arrived to work the next day. Everything we'd prepared was now all over the place, some heavily damaged with blood running all over. In the corner was a body of a robust man, wearing dark clothes with a black-colored balaclava that was now torn heavily from his badly bruised and lacerated body. On his neck was a bite mark that was too wide and deep. The bite mark clearly wasn't of human origin. The police arrived quickly, cordoned off the crime scene, and we had no other choice but to cancel the exhibition. The museum suffered heavily due to many precious artifacts suffering irreparable damage. A quick investigation told us that the dead man was indeed a museum thief. Cause of death was announced to be heavy exsanguination, yet the evidence toward the perpetrator was nowhere to be found. The police kept every one of us round up for investigation. The days afterward were hell. None of us, me and Fiona including, could have enjoyed the atmosphere here. And the creepy things didn't stop there. Another day, our project manager also disappeared. He hadn't been around for many days now. Also, no traces of him running away were discovered. I had just been working for half a month, but many bad things had been going on here already. One late night, when I was walking across the hallway to go home, suddenly I spotted something down in the darkness. Attentively listening, I immediately recognized it to be the jack-in-the-box. I wasn't wrong. It was right there, down the hallway. I suddenly felt something wasn't right about this artifact. Carefully picked it up. I could feel the knob automatically turning. The sensation made the hair on my back puff up. Even weirder, I could see the number on it slowly turning into number 2. Suddenly, over the dark corridor, there appeared a dark shadow. which seemed to be a man, a very tall man, dressed up in raggedly strange clothes. I stopped dead on my track in a sudden dread, before slowly regaining my composure, getting closer, and yelling out to see who that person was. A loud, crazy laughter echoed from the dark corridor, hit me like a truck, prompted me to drop the box onto the floor. The laughter was exactly like the one from the Jack in the Box. I was frozen in dead, unable to move any muscles. On the other side, as soon as Fiona called out for me, the shadow and the creepy laughter disappeared. Instead, it was her silhouette appearing on the wall. Everything happened way too fast for me to know what happened. I wasn't sure if it was real or just all my imagination. So I decided not to tell Fiona what had happened. But I told her that I was going to put the Jack in the Box aside to archive room and head home soon. When I headed for home, Fiona was there waiting for her boyfriend. The next morning, Fiona didn't go to work. I was shocked when I was told that Fiona had been admitted to the ER last night. When I came to visit, Fiona was in a deep coma with countless wounds on her body. On her neck was a similar bite mark to that dead museum thief. Her boyfriend told me when he came to pick her up, he heard a call for help and some crazy laughter in the dark. When he found her, she was already in a deep shock, blood covered all over her body. I came back to work with a lot of thoughts in my head. First thing first, I needed to test my theory, so I brought out the box, seeing the number lingering between 2 and 3. So if Fiona completely passed away from the assault, the number would completely turn to 3? I decided to turn the box's knob, prompting the creepy figure to pop out, which I looked at closely, trying to figure out what it truly was. Later this afternoon, the police discovered the body of our project manager on the rooftop of the museum complex. He died due to the combination of blood loss and similar wounds, just like Fiona and the thief. Also, at the same day, a man with a lot of wounds and healing scars came forward to meet me. He confessed to be the second thief of that night and luckily survived the attack. He wanted me to discuss a few things. I took him into my office under the escort of the police. The man could no longer exude his emotion after the badly mauled face, yet I could read the fear, the terror within his eyes. His name's Owen, and the other thief who couldn't make it was Gary. That night, they planned the heist meticulously, and Gary, upon seeing the box, put it into the trophy bag. It was almost perfect, until suddenly, the creepy laughter came together with the sound of a winding knob. Owen could clearly remember the giant of a man, dressed up in an ancient outfit of a clown, a jester, attacking both of them. He was supposed to be another victim, but he fought tooth and nail to escape death. Owen lifted up his sleeve, showing up a giant bite mark, still bloodied, and had no time to heal yet. I knew Owen came to me due to the fact that I was the only one who would believe him. As we were exchanging our words, suddenly, the jester creepy laugh echoed from the dark corner. We turned around and were greeted with the sight of the Jack in the Box. Okay, how the hell did that thing come here without any of us noticing? The terror-induced clown stood looking at us, twisted and turned its body side to side as if taunting us. Do you think that Lewis and Owen could have escaped the attack of the clown? What would happen to Fiona? Let's discuss in the comments section below. I'm Mark, 29 years old, and I'm working as an engineer. My fiance was Erica. She was 27 and worked as a doctor at a local private clinic. We'd been dating for a year and we were planning to get married at the end of the year. I really loved Erica. She had all the qualities of an ideal partner and wife. We got along by listening to and understanding each other in every situation. We used to surprise each other with little things that show just how much we care. Erica's job often came with unexpected issues, so she got home late. The day I found out about the terrible thing was just like that. That evening, Erica texted me to have dinner on my own and not to wait for her. Erica had an emergency case, so she wasn't sure exactly when she'd be done. I had a quick meal, made a special beefsteak with potatoes and bread, and then brought it to the clinic for Erica. I knew she'd probably skip a meal or just have some juice if she was too busy with work. The food was all ready, along with a note with some loving words. I drove over to the clinic where Erica works. It took about 15 minutes to get from home to the clinic, so the beefsteak stayed nice and warm for Erica to enjoy. When I arrived at the clinic, I noticed an unusual quietness and the strong smell of medicine, one of those distinctive scents you get in clinics and hospitals. I called Erica, but she didn't answer. The surgery must have still been going on. I decided to drop off the food in her office and then head out. Walking down the hallway, I tried to remember and find Erica's office. Why are all the waiting rooms dark? I kept walking and wondered. If I wasn't wrong, the room at the end was where Erica sees patients. It was dark too, so I cracked the door open and looked inside. I smelled something pretty unpleasant. Hard to describe, but it was a mix of a weird, fishy smell with a hint of antibiotics. I was feeling around for the light switch, needing a bit of light to figure out where to place the food so it'd be noticed quickly. After struggling around for a bit, I finally found it. The lighting in the clinic seemed brighter than usual. I squinted and turned around, making a few faces for a few seconds before I could see clearly, and I grabbed my chest, feeling my heart racing wildly, and backed up until my body hit the wall behind me. In front of me was an operating table with a man lying on it. More accurately, the body of a man. He was missing his left leg and right hand. It looked like his eyes had been operated on too. It took me a few minutes to remain calm. Then I moved closer to the body. If you think I was being brave, it was not entirely true. I was mostly just curious, because I noticed something unusual about his head. For a few seconds, I thought it might just be a medical model or something used for training. But no, as I got closer, I realized he was missing one more thing: his brain. I covered my mouth and collapsed to the floor. I shouldn't have let my curiosity take over my mind. I took a look around and was shocked for the third time. There were many glass jars containing human body parts: eyes, livers, kidneys, brains, and more. They were carefully preserved and even had price tags on them. I sealed my lips, trying to stay as quiet as possible, while inside I was screaming. I remembered horror movies about organ trafficking and body parts. The sound of the door opening and some voices made every nerve in my body stand on edge. I panicked, looking around, and realized I needed to hide quickly. There was a door leading to a storage room, and thankfully it wasn't locked. I quickly went inside. The voices became clearer. It seems like a man and a woman talking to each other. They were talking about something related to corneas, I thought. The voices of those people got fainter and farther. They didn't come into this room. I let out a sigh of relief, but just as I reached for the door handle to leave, another hand grabbed my pant leg. A man missing both his ears with his mouth stitched shut was locked inside a metal cage. I was shocked for the fourth time. What other horrible things could be in this clinic? I knelt down looking at the man,
my eyes stinging and blurring with tears. He was in a kneeling position, looking incredibly miserable. His suit was dirty and torn, suggesting he must have had a high-status job or position at some point. What have you been through? The man started crying and pointed toward the door of the storage room. Did those people out there do this to you? He nodded vigorously, crying, and reached his hand out of the cage, hoping I would help. I stood up, looking around, trying to find something to break the lock. There was only a small amount of light coming from outside the clinic, so I couldn't see much clearly. I used my phone's flashlight to facilitate searching. As I turned around, the flashlight beam revealed another disfigured face. A girl with her mouth and eyes stitched shut was huddled inside another cage. Other muffled groans emerged, and as I shone the flashlight around, I was shocked for the 5th time. Beside the man and the girl, there were 6 or 7 other metal cages, and everyone inside had their speech restricted in some way. Some were still intact and clean, while others were motionless. I didn't know if they were still alive. It felt like being a superhero needing to rescue hostages. I was both scared and hurried, searching for a suitable weapon, but I couldn't find anything. I fell, crashing onto some unidentified objects. I let out a loud cry of pain. I got up, quickly grabbed my phone, and ran out of the storage room to the clinic. I hit the gas straight home. I've been sitting in the car for nearly 5 hours, still not going inside the house. It is nearly dawn. Erica still hasn't come home, and I'm not sure how I'll face her. She's definitely going to know I went to the clinic because the food and the note are still there. The eyes of those imprisoned in the storage room still haunt me. I dialed the police, but I couldn't have the courage to press call. The clinic is involved in something horrific and cruel, but Erica is related to it. I love her so much. We even have a future with plans.
I'm Jonathan, 31 years old. I work as a long-haul bus driver. Currently, I live with my wife in the town of Galena. That evening, I received a late-night passenger ride to the town, about a 3-hour drive from my home. After safely dropping off the passengers at 11 p.m., I immediately headed back home. As usual, I would find the nearest motel to spend the night before returning home in the morning. But that day was very important because my wife was about to give birth and was waiting for me in the hospital. We were expecting our first child, a cute little boy, and just the thought of it made me very excited. I searched on Google Maps for the shortest route home. Following Google Maps directions for about an hour, I turned right off the highway onto a narrow dirt road. At that moment, I was only thinking about my wife and child, not noticing the ominous darkness enveloping the road in my car. After driving a bit further, suddenly the radio in my car started making static noises. I tried to turn off the knob but couldn't, and adjusting the radio frequency didn't stop the annoying static noise. Feeling helpless, I lightly tapped the radio and thought there might be a problem with it. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the radio.
Please be advised, ahead you will encounter a landslide on the road. Absolutely do not talk or make eye contact with the people there unless you want to endanger your life.
I was extremely surprised, but then thought it might be some program airing on the radio. After driving a bit more, the road ahead indeed had a landslide and there was a warning sign. I looked around in astonishment, and 2 rescue workers emerged from the darkness. I couldn't see their faces clearly, only their silhouettes. One was very overweight and the other was thin. They slowly approached the BMW parked in front of my car. The owner of the BMW stepped out and politely greeted them. Suddenly, the thin rescue worker rushed forward and grabbed the BMW owner.
They both fell in front of the BMW, so I couldn't see what was happening. I was quite panicked at that moment, wondering if I should run over to assess the situation or not. The horrifying began to unfold. The overweight rescue worker was staring directly at my car, but it wasn't a normal look. He turned his head 180 degrees, his face and back facing towards me. He was smiling, a wide, ear-to-ear grin. He maintained that posture and walked towards my car. I was extremely frightened, quickly shifted into reverse and pressed on the gas to back up. But my car didn't budge. I became even more frantic. That rescue worker had now walked right next to the driver's side window of my car. I remembered the instructions from the woman on the radio, not to talk or make eye contact with the people there. I trembled, trying to keep my gaze straight ahead. The rescue worker leaned down to look into my car, still wearing that eerie smile. He repeatedly pounded on my car window, not with his hands but with his head. My heart was pounding at full force, and I closed my eyes, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The pounding grew louder and more intense. The only thing in my head at that moment was my wife and the soon-to-be-born child. I don't know how long after the pounding stopped. I took a deep breath and slowly opened my eyes. The overweight rescue worker was still staring into my car and smiling. In front of me was the thin rescue worker, his body covered in blood. I didn't know what he had done to the BMW owner. My car was now started. I immediately reversed and sped away at 62 miles per hour. After driving a fair distance, I calmed down. I suddenly remembered I had to call the police. I tried to describe in detail everything I had just experienced. The police told me to stay calm and send them my location. After identifying my location, the police asked me to stay put so they could find me as quickly as possible. I agreed, but as soon as I hung up the phone, I remembered my wife in the hospital. Without much thought, I immediately pressed on the gas and sped away. When I saw the turnoff leading to the highway, I was relieved. But as soon as I turned the steering wheel to enter, in front of me was the dirt road with the landslide and those two rescue workers. What on earth is happening? I immediately turned the car around and sped off, not wanting to encounter those two terrifying figures again. But everything seemed to be mocking me. Once again, I returned to that road. The two rescue workers looked at me, still with that wide grin, but this time the laughter was very loud and echoed in the dark. It was as if those two lunatics were mocking me. At that moment, I didn't slow down but pressed the gas pedal even harder. I didn't know why I acted like that. The car sped up, aiming straight at those two rescue workers. In front of me, everything was pitch black. I couldn't comprehend what had happened next. Suddenly, the eerie faces of the two rescue workers appeared. Their large, wild eyes, wide grinning mouths with sharp, jagged teeth dripping with blood. They were getting closer and closer to me, the mouth gaping wide as if to swallow everything. They emitted the cry of a newborn baby. It pierced my ears painfully. I woke up. In front of me was the hospital scene, my wife holding our son sitting on a wheelchair next to my bed. I woke up completely sober when I realized the crying of my son. My wife burst into tears when she saw me awake. She said the police found me sitting in the car in an unconscious state. I asked my wife where I was found. She said it was on the dirt road with the landslide, but there was no BMW or rescue workers there. The police concluded that my accident was due to night driving leading to stress and drowsiness. I recounted to the police and my wife what I had experienced, but they all thought it was just a nightmare. After, the accident left me with repercussions. I often suffered from headaches, so I couldn't drive anymore. My car, after being repaired for a week at the garage, was brought back home. Strangely, the dirt on the driver's side window couldn't be cleaned. I realized with a start that it was the mark when the overweight rescue worker used his head to pound on it. Until now, I still couldn't explain everything that happened that night.
I'm Oscar, and the creepy stuff I went through was like 15 years back. Back then, unlike most guys my age, I was pretty shy and kept to myself.
When I was a kid, I didn't hang around or anything. Just stayed home, watched TV, and read stories. When I got older, like in high school, I was still pretty quiet. I didn't cause trouble, but I wasn't killing it in school or great at any subject either. Back then, my buddies were all flexing with their girlfriends, while I was just showing off the skills I leveled up in my game. There wasn't much to say since everyone was into their own stuff. But I was the only one up front, so those group hangouts made me feel totally out of place. I got self-conscious about how I talked, especially if I was talking to a girl. There were a couple of girls in school who'd come up to me, but after like 3 sentences, they'd bounce. I only felt confident in my skills when I was gaming, so I started spending more and more time on it. And then, I met my first crush in the game. Her name was Casey, or at least, that's what I figured from her game tag. Funny enough, both Casey and I lived in New York. After a few times of being on the same team, I noticed Casey, but I wasn't really looking to get to know her. Then, out of nowhere, she hit me up first. Casey's way of talking was pretty hilarious. Had me laughing all the time. I figured she was around my age. Just a guess though. Didn't want to ask anything too personal. We talked a lot about our shared love for gaming, and slowly started chatting about life and feelings too. Talking to Casey made my heart feel tired, because it just wouldn't stop racing. Every day, I couldn't wait for game time, and seeing Casey's name online would have me grinning like an idiot. After we'd been chatting for like 2 weeks, Casey just suddenly dropped that she liked me, and I sat there staring at her messages for like 10 minutes, totally shocked. So, I had a girlfriend and was all proud, showing her off to my friends. They were doubting it and told me to bring Casey to the next hangout. Before I could even bring it up to Casey, she was the one who suggested we meet. Casey's always like that. Her being so upfront and taking the lead totally surprised and made me happy. Casey wanted to hang at my place, just the two of us, and only in the evening when no one else was around. I said yes to Casey, but I was low-key stressing about how to tell my parents and brother. But fate really hooked me up and made it easy to meet my first love. My parents said they were going to a party at a friend's place, and my brother and his crew were heading out for the night. I was hyped and texted Casey, and we set a time to meet up. To be all suave, I offered to pick Casey up, but she turned me down and told me to just wait at home for a surprise. I sent Casey my address and got everything ready for our first date. I cleaned up my room, threw on a nice suit, and secretly used my brother's hair wax and cologne. My phone buzzed with a message, and I grabbed it quick to check out Casey's profile pic. "I'm outside your house." My heart started racing. My hands and feet were sweating, and I was so freaked out I totally forgot to open the door. I took a deep breath, opened the door, and no one was there. I stood there for a minute, ran to the gate to check around, then ran back inside to grab my phone and text Casey again. She said she messed up the address and would be over in a sec. I ran to the bathroom, fixed myself up, then plopped down in the living room to wait. I couldn't sit still, kept wringing my shirt, and then the door knocked again. This time, I rushed over like crazy and threw open the door. What I saw made me freeze. A fat guy with messy clothes and hair was just standing there grinning at me. "You need help?" I said, all confused. "Hey, Oscar, it's Casey." The guy grinned big, eyes wide open. I froze when he said his name, Casey. Before I could even react, he stepped up, shoved his arm against the door, and wouldn't let me close it. I ran inside, grabbed my phone, bolted to my room, locked the door, and shaking, dialed the cops. He was outside, knocking on the door like non-stop, calling my name real soft. Didn't yell or anything. Each knock made my whole body freeze up, and I covered my ears in both hands till it hurt. The fear had me, a 14-year-old, crying like a little kid, even though I was in my own house. The cops showed up, and the guy was gone, along with some small stuff from the living room. My parents and brother came back soon after, and they totally freaked out when they saw the house and how out of it I looked. After more than 3 days of looking, the cops finally caught Casey, but I couldn't bring myself to face him. I didn't even dare to tell anyone how stupid I was for giving a stranger my address and personal info. It was so embarrassing, thinking I had feelings for a freak for almost a month. Definitely a lesson in being careful that I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the MHS channel. First, I'm very curious to know where you're watching from and at what time. Feel free to share in the comments below. Also, if you have any feedback or suggestions for how the channel can improve, don't hesitate to leave a comment.
I am Stacy, 31 years old. People around me think my life's pretty great. They think I'm a lucky, happy woman with a talented husband, a sweet daughter, and a pretty comfortable life. It's true I've got all that, but that's just what people on the outside see. What I really miss and want is Julian's care and loyalty. Ever since my daughter Melody was less than a year old, we've been having non-stop fights and disagreements we just couldn't work out. He didn't look at me the way he used to. Those affectionate looks and loving words have slowly turned into cold emptiness. Because of my bad health and a heart transplant I had when I was young, I stay home and rely totally on Julian. I know my husband's cheating on me. The signs couldn't be more obvious. Random phone calls, sketchy appointments, and especially the way his attitude has changed. But I just couldn't say it, couldn't face the truth. I was just scared of ending up with a broken family, so I didn't want to ruin the perfect picture I had built. But putting up with it just meant suffering. When I asked him about the affair, instead of feeling sorry or ashamed, Julian just got insanely angry. It felt like both my body and soul were getting torn apart. It was time to stop living this fake life and face the truth once and for all. I filed for divorce and left with my daughter that night. I went back to where I used to live as a kid, in this quiet little town, almost a 4-hour drive from my place now. When I was young, I was a happy girl, loving the comfortable life my parents worked so hard to give me. But then one day, my parents just vanished, disappeared from this world without a trace. I was adopted by my grandma, and the house has been empty ever since. I looked at Melody sleeping peacefully in the back seat and couldn't stop the tears from falling. My family split up when I was 10, and now that Melody's 10, I couldn't give her the complete family I wanted. We finally got there at 4 a.m. The house stood there in the dark, in the middle of this empty town, far from the rest of the neighborhood, so lonely, like it had been forgotten by time and people. I carried Melody into the house, reached for the light switch, and the bulb flickered for a few seconds before finally lighting up. The furniture was covered in big white sheets that seemed to appear and disappear under the light, making me shiver without meaning to. I turned on a few more lights around the house, and luckily, they were still working. Joe must have been keeping everything in good shape for the past 20 years. I took Melody to my room the night before, and quickly passed out after all those hours of driving. The next morning, I was suddenly jolted awake by a noise coming from downstairs. I didn't know where Melody went, so I quickly ran around, yelling her name. At the end of the hallway, I got startled again when I saw a little girl wearing a mini mask. I thought it was Melody, so I called her name loudly, kinda annoyed. But instead of coming to me, she turned and ran off fast. I ran after her, but by the time I got to the end of the hallway, she was gone. I quickly looked around, ran downstairs, and threw open the door. Surprisingly, Melody was out in the garden with Joe. When she saw me, Melody happily called out, "Mom!" and held up the flower she was holding. I let out a big sigh of relief, then got mad and went up to scold her. Melody, teary-eyed, explained that she'd been with Joe the whole time and hadn't touched any mini masks. Anyway, Melody was here, so I'd deal with that later. I turned to say hi to Joe. 20 years ago, he was our housekeeper, and he still is. He was replanting the flower beds when he heard I was moving back here. "Stacy, are you sure you want to move back here? Just you and Melody?" I looked at Joe for a second and then confidently told him my decision. Joe didn't show much emotion, just said he'd send some workers to fix up the house. I think he was worried about just the two of us in such a big house. Joe's always been so caring. Looking at him, I felt bad for how gentle and lonely he seemed. I thought about Michelle, his daughter. Michelle and I used to be best friends. We grew up together in this villa, and those days were so happy. But then Michelle just disappeared, leaving Joe with nothing but longing and pain. I gave him a hug and said a heartfelt thank you. Looking back, I realized just how cruel time can be. The white walls had faded and were covered with this ugly black moss. The roof tiles were all uneven and broken. Some of the windows were shattered. The wooden frames were moldy, and some had big cracks, letting cold winds blow into the house like ghostly breaths. The house was surrounded by a wild garden, with trees growing everywhere. The flower beds that used to be well taken care of were now full of weeds, and the wooden fences were all rotten and rusty from the weather. The paved paths in the yard, which used to be solid and clean, were now covered in green moss. The air around the house felt heavy, with a musty smell mixed with damp soil and rotting leaves, making everything feel even gloomier. It would take a while to sort everything out, but it'd be okay. I went inside, checked the stove to make sure it was working, and then happily told Melody we should head to the supermarket to grab some cooking supplies and make the kitchen feel cozier. I would make delicious dishes for Melody, just like my mom used to make for me. A little cleaning will make cooking way easier. The mom and daughter started cleaning up. I had Melody wipe down the kitchen counter, always showing her what to do and asking her to help with small tasks she could handle. The kitchen utensils were all still here, and the pots and pans my mom used were still around, but the knife set was almost completely gone. The drawer had small brown paint stains, like it had been cleaned but not very carefully. I couldn't remember when those stains showed up. "Mom!" Melody called out to me. I turned around and saw her standing in front of the oven, looking all confused. I started walking over, about to look down, when Joe called out loudly. He brought in the cleaning and repair crew and needed my daughter and me to get out of the way so they could work. I agreed and took Melody away, but she seemed unsure, looked at me with teary eyes, and suddenly started crying. I comforted her and waited until she calmed down, then asked her why she was acting like that, but Melody just stayed quiet and kept shaking her head. At first, I just figured it was an old house, maybe just making weird noises over time, but the weird stuff just kept happening more and more, and I couldn't keep my cool anymore. Melody was the first to pick up on something feeling off. One morning, Melody suddenly burst into my room, eyes wide, voice shaking. "Mom, I saw somebody, some stranger." I looked where she was pointing, but all I saw was a dark corner of the room, nothing out of the ordinary. I figured maybe Melody was just imagining things. The house was way too big for us, with too many dark corners where the light didn't reach. I would need to put up more lights. One night, while I was getting ready for bed, there was loud, urgent knocking on the door, and my daughter was yelling for me. When I opened the door, Melody was curled up in the corner, staring into the dark. "Mom, there's someone," she said, barely getting it out. "They're right there." I tried to calm her down, but I could tell from Melody's panicked eyes that she wasn't making it up. Every night Melody would cry and scream in fear, saying someone was standing outside the door, her eyes stuck on the darkness behind it. Melody's mental state started to slip and got worse. She was scared of the dark, kept talking about going to school and didn't want to go home. I took my daughter to the hospital, but she was totally fine when she saw the doctor. She even acted friendly and wasn't scared at all. It seemed like as long as she left home, Melody would go back to being the sweet, lively girl she was before. I started feeling weird too, like there was something that couldn't be touched, but was still there in the space. I started dreaming about my parents. I hardly ever dreamed about them before, but now those dreams come back every night, haunting me. My parents were standing there, their eyes full of worry and pain, like they wanted to say something. Other times, they were 1,000 times scarier. My parents seemed really close, but they weren't the same familiar faces they used to be. Their skin was pale and torn, with deep cuts all over, like they'd been ripped apart, showing layers of rotting flesh. One of my mom's arms was gone, just an ulcer where it used to be, and my dad was missing a leg with just a stained thigh left. Every time I woke up, I'd get this heavy, breathless feeling in my chest. It felt like they had something to tell me, but I just couldn't get it. Why was I dreaming about them? And why did every dream freak me out so much? This feeling, it didn't make any sense, but it kept haunting me. I didn't dare tell anyone, scared they'd think I was crazy. But most nights, my parents kept showing up in those weird dreams. I was exhausted and told Joe about the creepy dreams I kept having about my parents. I feel like they're trying to tell me something, or maybe warn me about something. When Joe heard me say that, his eyes suddenly went cold, and he stared at me, eyebrows knitted like he was pissed. But the next second, his face totally changed, and I was left confused. Joe thought I was overthinking and told me I just needed to rest. He stopped me from touching the furniture in the house, saying it was too old, useless, and would just bring up bad memories. He'd often throw stuff away without even asking me. He always told me to stay relaxed and focus on taking care of and raising Melody. One time when I saw my mom's oven being packed up and taken away, I couldn't help but cry. I knew Joe was behind it, but what he said made sense for me at the time. I walked over, planning to touch it just one last time. "What are you gonna do?" Joe's serious voice freaked me out and almost made me scream. Joe showed up right behind me, his eyes cold and full of caution. Without saying anything else, he told someone to grab the oven and a few other things, then left while I was left standing there, totally confused. Before this was even over, something else came up, and I just kept sinking deeper into panic. I could barely recognize my daughter. I just put Melody to bed, but when I went down to the kitchen, I saw her sitting on the living room sofa again. I called Melody's name and went over, but she wasn't there. There was no one. I thought I was just dizzy and freaking out. Another time I had just gotten back from taking Melody to school, but then I saw her running from the hallway into the bedroom. I was suspicious and on edge about everything around me. I almost hurt Melody when I mistook her for a shadow and tried to chase her off. The shadow kept showing up in my house more and more. In the dark corners, the living room, at the end of the hallway, sometimes right in front of me when I opened the door, the little girl would just stand there, staring without saying anything, her eyes blank. I couldn't see her face clearly because she was wearing a Minnie Mouse mask. One time, when I went down to the kitchen to get some water in the middle of the night, the little girl was just sitting on a wooden chair in the dining room. When I got closer, she didn't move, but her eyes just stared at me with both pain and anger. "Michelle," I blurted out, when I suddenly felt that familiar vibe from my old friend. Out of her left chest, a dark red stream suddenly started flowing, and I freaked out, stepping back, looking for something to grab onto, then knelt down. The red streak from her chest quickly spread, soaking her shirt and little body. I woke up, screamed, looked around, and felt like I was falling into an endless pit with no light to help me find a way out. The dreams about my parents and all the weird stuff happening in the house had me on edge, like I was stuck in a never-ending nightmare. The broken marriage just drained me more, like I was carrying this huge weight I didn't know how to talk about with anyone. I felt like I was losing myself little by little, so I decided to see a therapist for help. Maybe the messed up marriage made you more sensitive and put a lot of pressure on you. But who knows? Maybe the house you and your daughter are living in now has some other secret. I got home, took the meds the doctor gave me, and my sleep got better. I felt way better. The anxiety and restlessness that had been bugging me for the past few days finally eased up. I took a deep breath, looked around the house, and just soaked in the peaceful vibe. It was time for me to get my act together and take care of my daughter, the house, and everything that's coming next. But what the doctor said still kept me thinking. I knew there was something in this house, like a secret just waiting for me to figure out. One morning I gave Joe a big smile and asked how the house renovation was coming along. Joe smiled, his kind eyes showing that everything was slowly getting done. But when I walked into the living room, I looked around and was shocked to see the whole place had been totally redone. All the old stuff, the things that had been part of the house for so many years, was gone. I felt a mix of shock and disappointment. The family photo of the three of us was gone too, so I asked Joe right away. "Stacy, I just want to help you let go of the past. All this stuff is just holding you back. You're stuck in memories that keep you from moving forward." Joe's words made me tear up. Maybe he was right. I needed to let go of everything tied to the past. I was at a loss for words, wanting to argue, but deep down I knew Joe just wanted what was best for me. A few days later, after I'd calmed down and gotten used to the new place, I told Joe about the little girl in the mask I had met. I told him about the little girl in the mini mask who kept showing up and disappearing. I could kind of make sense of the image of my parents, but that little girl's appearance made no sense to me. I felt off, not getting why these dreams kept happening. I feel like I know her, kinda. Like Michelle. When I talked about the little girl in the mouse mask, I could definitely see the change in Joe's eyes. His eyes suddenly tensed up, like he just snapped out of a deep dream. His eyes weren't calm like usual. Instead, they were filled with worry. His lips were pressed tight, teeth clenched, like he was trying to hold back his emotions. I only had a moment to notice the change in his eyes before Joe suddenly stood up. His gaze went wild, his hands started shaking, and he couldn't control his movements. He started pacing around the room, his fingers brushing the table, the wall, then suddenly opened every cabinet and drawer, rummaging through them while calling out Michelle's name over and over. He grabbed my shoulders tight, eyes wide, yelling at me, "Why can you see Michelle? Why have I tried so many ways but never seen her again?" A moment later, Joe suddenly stopped, standing in the middle of the room, face red, breathing heavy, eyes still full of panic. Finally, he apologized and rushed out, even though I kept asking him questions. A few days later, Joe didn't show up again, which left me even more confused about his weird behavior that day. One morning, while cleaning the old kitchen, I found a small door under the sink, covered by moldy paint and dirt. I don't remember the kitchen ever having a door like that, so I got really curious. I opened the door and found an old wooden box with a rusty lock on it. My heart was racing. After grabbing a small hammer to break the lock, the box popped open, and inside were some papers and a few old photos. My hands were shaking as I went through the papers in the box. Some of the medical papers talked about my childhood illness and how I needed an emergency heart transplant to survive. The more I flipped through, the colder my spine got. The last page was Michelle's organ donation certificate. I collapsed on the floor, my whole body shaking. So Michelle wasn't actually missing. The heart beating in my chest is Michelle's, the friend I once loved. I wanted to confront Joe right then. I called him, but he didn't answer. For the next 2 days, I was a wreck, just living in panic and torment. Then one evening, I heard a knock on the door. I opened the door and saw Joe standing there, looking exhausted and drained. We sat down in the living room. I I finally gathered the courage to tell him what I found in the wooden box. Joe didn't seem surprised at all. He just lowered his head and clenched his fists. "Yeah, Stacy, I killed your parents." The confession hit me like a punch to the gut. Your parents were so good to me and Michelle. Just to get ready for the moment they took her away. They didn't just take my daughter's life, they broke my heart. I couldn't handle the pain, so I got my revenge. To this day, I still have no idea where she's hidden. I looked at Joe, my heart hurting. The hate in his eyes scared me and hurt at the same time. But what I couldn't handle even more was the fact that I'm living with Michelle's heart inside me. I was the reason his whole family was falling apart. "But I can't hurt you, Stacy. Michelle is still alive inside you. It's not your fault." After that talk, Joe left the house, and I was left with thoughts I couldn't shake. I sat by Melody's bed, holding her close and crying. I had no idea how I was going to live with this weight on me. I loved my parents, but they did something I just can't forgive. I loved Michelle and was grateful to her because my life was swapped for hers. And I couldn't hate Joe because his pain was something I understood more than anyone. My hand was shaking as I held the phone, my mind torn between calling the police to end it all or staying quiet, hiding this awful secret to protect whatever fragile piece was left for Melody. One afternoon, I was walking around trying to find a way down to the basement because I couldn't find one of our suitcases. The light from my phone's flashlight lit up a corner of the basement. I spotted a small door in the corner of the room. I couldn't resist my curiosity, so I opened the door and walked in. I was surprised to see the room still had all the furniture Joe said he'd thrown away. A wave of nostalgia hit me as I looked at them, and I walked over, touching each one. When I saw the old oven, I suddenly remembered Melody's weird look when she moved in, like she had seen something awful inside. With shaky hands, I decided to open the oven. As soon as I opened the lid, a wave of horror hit me. Inside was a human corpse, just dry bones left, hidden under a rotting shirt. Panic kicked in, so I bolted up the stairs, my heart racing like crazy, tripping all over the place. The first thing that popped into my head was to find Melody right away. Fear hit me in waves as I tore through the rooms, yelling her name, but she was nowhere to be found. The place was dead quiet and empty, making me feel totally trapped. All of a sudden, I heard Melody crying out loud. I dashed to the front yard, where I heard my daughter crying and calling for me. I grabbed Melody and held her tight, finally able to breathe. After a few seconds, I checked her over, and luckily, she was okay. Melody was still crying her eyes out, pointing at the flower bed Joe had planted a few days ago. I felt completely numb all over. Tears started streaming down my face, but I couldn't get a word out. Buried under the soil was a child's skeleton. The little arm had completely rotted away, leaving just dry, white bones. The skull that was showing had a face that was totally falling apart. I hugged Melody tight without thinking, and she cried out in discomfort, which woke me up. I called Joe, and we both found our family. Finally, the truth came out, and the pain had somewhere to settle. The last morning before I left, I found a handwritten letter from Joe on the kitchen table. His handwriting was shaky, emotional, and so intense that I couldn't look away. In the letter, Joe said that for the past 10 years, he stayed in the house for 2 reasons: to find out where Michelle was buried, and to meet me, someone he saw as part of his daughter. He wrote that watching me grow up with Michelle's heart was the only thing that kept him going, giving him a little hope to live. But now, all the pain's been dealt with, Michelle's at peace, and he doesn't have anything left to miss. He hopes I'll live happily and enjoy life for Michelle, because that's what his daughter would have wanted the most. In his last lines, he said that even though he wasn't the best dad, he loved Michelle and knew I was part of his family too. The letter ended with a sincere blessing and a really tough goodbye. As I finished reading the letter, tears filled my eyes, and my heart felt like it was being squeezed by all the sacrifice and love Joe had shown me and Michelle. In that moment, I realized he'd found peace, and I knew I had to live a life that wouldn't let him or Michelle down. I am Maddie, 32 years old, and I live near my family in Houston. I'm not the type of person who gets paranoid easily, but after what happened, I can't step into a grocery store without checking my surroundings at least 3 times. It happened last year when I took my twin niece and nephew, Heather and Merlin, just 3 years old, to Costco. My sister had work to do, so I agreed to watch them for the afternoon. I wasn't a mother, but I thought, this should be easy. They're just 2 adorable kids. I can handle this. I was wrong. Taking 2 3-year-olds into a supermarket is like trying to control a pair of hyperactive kittens. I strapped them into the double shopping cart, trying to keep things under control as I navigated the aisles. The kids chattered away, pointing at everything, while I focused on getting in and out as quickly as possible. And then, I noticed her. A middle-aged woman with curly blonde hair, wearing a long beige coat. She stood at the end of the aisle, staring at me and the kids. At first, I assumed she was just absent-mindedly looking in our direction, but when I moved to the next aisle, she was there again, still standing, still watching. That's when I started to feel uneasy. I tried to ignore her and continued shopping, but a few minutes later, as I turned to grab a carton of milk, she was suddenly right behind me. She smiled. They're adorable. I forced a polite smile. Thank you. Then she tilted her head, staring at the kids with an intensity that made my skin crawl. They must be twins, right? I've always loved twins. Such beautiful children like little angels. I nodded, my only thought being, get out of here now. But then she asked a question that made me freeze. Where are their parents? Or are you watching them alone? I tried to keep my voice steady. They're with me today. I'm their aunt. Her smile widened, something unsettling in her expression. Oh, really? So no one else is with you? Every instinct in me screamed that something was very, very wrong. I immediately turned the cart around and said, Sorry, we have to go. And that's when I saw him. At the end of the aisle, a man leaned against a shopping cart. He wore a black hoodie with the hood pulled low over his face. He was pretending to look at his phone, but his eyes never left me. I had no doubt now. This was a setup. I gripped the cart handle tightly, forcing myself to stay calm. Don't run. Don't panic. Stay in control. I pretended not to notice him, instead smiling at the kids and speaking loud enough for those nearby to hear. All right, kids, let's go find Mommy. I turned the cart and walked straight to the checkout area, where there were more employees and other shoppers. I didn't look back, but I could feel it. The woman and the man were still watching me. At the register, I kept my voice natural but firm. Excuse me, could you call security? I think someone is following me and these children. The cashier's expression changed immediately. Within a minute, a security guard arrived. I quickly explained what had happened, and he nodded, saying he'd check it out. I waited near the exit, my heart pounding, gripping the shopping cart tightly. The woman was nowhere in sight. The man had disappeared too. A few moments later, the security guard returned, his face tense. You were right. We checked the security cameras. She followed you from the moment you entered the store, and so did that man. The second I started heading toward them, they both left. I immediately called my sister, telling her to come pick up the kids and swearing I would never take them out alone again. That night, I did some research and found something I will never forget. Human traffickers often target women who are alone with children. They watch, looking for someone distracted, especially with young kids. They wait for a moment of vulnerability, and in just a few seconds, a child can be taken and disappear forever. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't noticed something was off. If I had been just a little slower. But I know one thing for sure. If you ever feel like someone is watching you or your child, Don't ignore that feeling. I'm Adam, 29 years old. My family is not wealthy. I was born in the rural town of Chateau in Montana. Although I was born and lived in Chateau for 13 years, I didn't feel connected to this place. I always dreamed of living in a larger city, a place with many amusement parks and bustling shopping centers. My wish came true when I was 13 years old. After many years of hard work, my parents could finally afford a small house in the city of Billings. On the day we moved from Chateau, I was very happy and excited, to the point I couldn't sleep the night before. In the morning when we left our old house, I didn't look back even once. I didn't know that I was trying to escape from a peaceful and happy life and heading towards long, lonely days. The new family home is located at the end of a crowded street. It has deteriorated quite a bit, but that's all my parents could afford at that time. My room is on the attic floor, a small room with creaky wooden floors which produce an annoying sound every step. In addition to some old belongings, there were books and toys left behind. I guessed its previous owner, who seemed to be around my age. My room has a window overlooking a corner of the backyard, which made the house seem even smaller due to its spacious surroundings. I eagerly arranged some small toys received as birthday gifts on an already worn-out wooden table. The older items from my room had been boxed up and stored under this very same table. I was so excited, imagining this new life could bring forth. On the first night in the new house, everything felt quite unfamiliar. I couldn't sleep very well. Lying in bed, I tried to close my eyes, when suddenly there was a knock on the wall opposite me. I jolted upright, suspicious of the sound I had just heard. Approaching the wall, and pressed my ear against it to listen. I swear I could hear someone's steady breath coming from the wall. I raised my hand to knock on the wall, and immediately there was a knock in response. Terrified, I screamed loudly, and a few seconds later, my parents came up. My mother hugged me, trying to reassure me, while my father walked around to check the room. After confirming that nothing was unusual, my parents comforted me, saying that the house was old and that strange noises were completely normal. As he spoke, my father walked around and bounced, causing the floorboards to creak continuously. Even when he stopped, the floor let out a few more creaks before going quiet. My parents wished me good night and left. I told my mother I wanted to leave the lights on while I slept to feel more comfortable. In the following days, precisely at midnight, there would be a knock coming from the wall opposite my bed. But other than it was just that one knock at that exact time, everything else remained normal. Gradually, I paid less attention to the knocking, and it eventually disappeared without me noticing. My parents were very busy with their new jobs, and I spent more and more time home alone. On those days, my mother would prepare meals for me in advance, and my father often called to make sure I was okay. They also asked our neighbor Cassie to keep an eye on me too. I would turn on all the lights in the house overnight, so everything was crystal clear in such bright light, which made me feel more at ease. Life in this crowded modern city made me feel lonely. It was not what I had imagined. I missed my old friends back in Chateau. In the new school, I found it was too hard to integrate to new environments and make new friends. One evening while my parents were away, I groggily woke up, hearing someone calling my name. I looked at the clock. It was midnight, and I briefly thought my parents had come home. The voice called out again, whispering mysteriously, "Adam." I startled and realized that the voice was coming from the wall. I immediately jumped up, ran to the door, and tried with all my might to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I muttered angrily, cursing the damn door. "Don't be scared, don't scream. I mean you no harm." The voice was very gentle, seemingly from a woman. Sitting down on the floor, breathing heavily, I couldn't tell if I was dreaming or if this was real. "Who's there?" I was very scared, but tried to sound tough. After a while of talking with that mysterious figure,
I relaxed a bit and returned to my bed. The mysterious figure understood my feelings of loneliness. I fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up in the morning, I wasn't sure if what had happened the night before was a dream or real, so I didn't tell my parents. They returned home after a 3-day work trip and then left again. Every time my parents were away, that mysterious figure would appear to talk to me. She introduced herself as Laura. Laura and I became friends, and she told me to keep it a secret. Otherwise, she would leave. I was so afraid of loneliness that I agreed. Whenever I had difficulties at school, I would confide in with her. My parents faced many challenges at work, and they often argued with each other. I would isolate myself in my room and block my ears to not hear any of those harsh language. Each time, Laura would appear and comfort me. She helped me learn how to overcome negative emotions, and I felt better every time I talked to Laura. I began to distance myself from my parents. Regardless of whether it was happy or sad, I just wanted to share everything with Laura. I got used to the voice and presence of that mysterious girl. My parents' caring words began to irritate me. I felt I was being controlled for no reason. I only believed what Laura said. I felt that having her was more than enough for my life. My parents noticed the changes in me and took me to see a psychiatrist. I found it ridiculous because I was completely healthy and my physical condition was good. I answered the doctor's questions vaguely, and I made the mistake of mentioning Laura. The doctor tried to get more information about her, but I completely fell silent after realizing my blunder. When we got home, my parents wouldn't stop talking about Laura and making their ridiculous assumptions. I ran upstairs, locked myself in my room, and sat in front of the wall, waiting for the time Laura would appear. I would apologize and hope she would forgive me for not keeping my promise. At exactly midnight, I called my mysterious friend's name as usual, but there was no response. I became anxious and frantic, yelling loudly for forgiveness and repeatedly banging my hands against the wall. I felt like I was going insane, digging and smashing at the wall in an effort to find Laura inside it. Outside my room, my father was trying to unlock the door while my mother was crying and begging me to calm down. About 15 minutes later, the police burst into my room, and seeing me in that state left them stunned. My mother screamed loudly and then passed out. The wall appeared to be smeared with a dark, red, stenchy liquid. I sat on the floor with most of my nails completely ripped off. I was taken to the hospital and admitted to a psychiatric ward, diagnosed with severe depression. I spent 5 years there trying to escape the thoughts of that mysterious girl. Now my life is better. I have a girlfriend named Laura, a real person who is ready to love and accept my flaws. I used to be a criminal detective, familiar with chasing criminals through the dusty streets of New York. But now, I sit in a small room, my ears filled with urgent calls through the 911 dispatch center. This is a punishment, or at least that's what my superiors call it. I made a mistake, a hasty arrest, and acting alone led to a case that wasn't fully solved. They sent me here to learn how to listen. 911, how can I help you? I pick up the phone, my voice monotonous after hours of non-stop calls. On the other end, a woman's voice hesitates. Hello, I just wanted to talk for a moment. Are you okay?
I furrowed my brows. This is an emergency line, ma'am. Are you in trouble?
No. I just want to know if you're okay.
She says, laughing in a way that sounds out of place, as if trapped between a joke and panic. I glance at the clock. Only a few minutes left until my shift ends. I sigh. Ma'am, if this is not an emergency, I'll have to. A man's voice suddenly cuts in, commanding.
Get in the car, quickly.
I freeze. Are you in danger? Please answer yes or no. She chuckles as if I've said something absurd.
Maybe yes.
I sensed something was wrong. Tell me your location. Do you see any street signs, shops, or anything? There's a moment of silence, only the sound of wind through the phone. Then, she whispers, barely audible, as though afraid someone might hear.
I don't know. If I get in the car, then I will.
My heart races. Stay on the line. I signal to my colleague next to me, quickly redirecting the call to the patrol team. The man's voice returns, urgent and commanding. I grip the phone tightly, picturing the woman in my mind. We're sending people. Don't let them suspect. She doesn't answer, but I hear the man shout, followed by the sound of a car door slamming. The call disconnects. Soon after, I receive a message from an anonymous number. Thank you for doing your role well tonight. I freeze, realizing I've been played. They didn't just disrupt the system, they led me into a trap. As I'm processing this, my colleague Jake rushes in, informing me of a kidnapping in the East City Park. A group of criminals took a child, and the patrol team was misdirected due to a fake signal. I dig through the call data and find out the group had hacked into the system, redirecting their calls to my 911 center. Step by step, I realized they had been watching me for a long time, carefully preparing to exploit any weaknesses. Just as my mind swirls with information and emotions, I get a call on my personal cell.
Head west to the forest, 10 miles, to the abandoned house. Go alone, remember.
It's the woman's voice from before, and the phone disconnects before I can respond. Jake asks if I'm okay, and I tell him to monitor the information. I'll request support if needed. I drive 20 minutes to the location they gave me, my mind on fire. Upon entering the abandoned house, I realize this isn't just a hideout. It's a hub for illegal transactions. Hidden cameras are mounted at corners, the doors are reinforced, and a small control panel with modern electronics sits in the middle of the room. The sound of footsteps from upstairs makes me stop. Instinctively, I move slowly toward the living room. There, a woman sits in a chair with a small gun in hand. She must be the one who called me. A sense of unease starts to creep in. Where are the rest of her gang? I glance at the screen on the control panel. The security camera feed shows clearly. 2 of her associates are upstairs, seemingly busy ransacking the place or preparing to escape. One is standing near a window, holding a phone, likely in contact with someone. My gut tells me there's not much time left. They'll quickly realize I'm here and find a way to stop me, even destroy me. In a sudden move, I throw the flashlight at the woman, distracting her. I rush forward, disarming her before she can open fire. From upstairs, the sound of hurried footsteps comes down. I hear a man's angry voice. What's going on? I drag the woman toward the door, using her as a shield as the 2 other men charge down the stairs. They freeze when they see her subdued. You won't get away, one of them roars, but I hear the sound of police sirens in the distance. They point their guns at me and fire repeatedly, regardless of their own safety. In their frantic, reckless gaze, only selfishness and anger remain. I quickly pull the woman under the table to shield from the gunfire, but I'm too slow. 1 bullet hits her in the stomach, and her painful scream echoes. Immediately after, another bullet pierces my arm, the sharp pain spreading, making my whole arm go numb. The SWAT team rushes in, arresting the entire group. The sound of the child crying fills the air. I freeze, a familiar sensation coursing through me. Vincent! I call out my son's name involuntarily. The child cries while calling for his father, and my heart tightens as the door is broken open, revealing my son tied up in the corner of the room. After the case is concluded, I spend the whole night reviewing what happened. A sense of unease creeps in as I look at the files and equipment retrieved from the abandoned house. Among them is a list of names, addresses, and detailed financial information. Each line of text clearly appears under the desk lamp's light, and one name stands out: the leader of the human trafficking ring I had dismantled 5 years ago. Turning through other documents, I see scrawled notes describing a detailed plan. They had been watching me for a long time, recording my habits, work, and even my family. Red circles on a map of New York City mark areas where they once had operations. At the bottom of the stack, an old, slightly blurred photo shows a dark room with victims bound. I recognize it as the warehouse where they used to hide people before I took down their network all those years ago. When checking the hard drive of the computer, I find short video clips. One of them shows me working at the 911 dispatch center, secretly filmed from a distance. Another video records my family at a park. Details slowly reveal the full picture. They are remnants of the case I once handled. The woman, Marlene, is the mastermind who took over after her late husband's death. He had been taken down by me when the investigation team discovered him. This plan not only aims to continue their illegal activities, but is also a way to get revenge on me. They want me to experience fear and helplessness, just like what they felt when their whole network was destroyed years ago. Even though the case is over, the haunting never lets go. The images in the files, the woman's eyes as she was restrained, and the child's screams still echo in my head every night. I propose the formation of an in-depth investigation team focused on tracking down the remaining members of the organization. Though I know this fight won't be easy, I feel a stronger resolve than ever. I must end this threat once and for all.
At midnight in a fancy Houston apartment, Orla was anxiously pacing around the living room. The TV was buzzing with news about mysterious disappearances, and they still couldn't find the person responsible. Orla listened closely to the news, her face showing fear. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Orla was startled. It would have been a normal sound during the day. But it was midnight now, and the tension from the news had Orla freaking out. The knocking continued, and Orla walked up, peered through the peephole, and raised her voice. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a white eye appeared in the peephole.
Hello, I'm the building's fire safety maintenance staff.
The sight of those white eyes startled Orla again, and she instinctively stepped back. That guy looked like he was trying to peek into Orla's place through the peephole. Orla was totally thrown off and answered with a stutter. Are you here to check the fire stuff at midnight?"
This is my last stop, trying to wrap up today so I can have tomorrow off. Hope you'll help me out.
Orla was still really unsure and cautious, but the guy kept knocking harder, so Orla had to open the door. As soon as Orla opened the door, someone pushed it quite forcefully from outside. In front of Orla was a guy, around 40, dressed in a staff uniform. He said his name was Julian and flashed a big smile. He had a special tool in one hand, gripping the doorknob tight with the other and bracing his foot against the door. Seeing Orla looking worried, Julian said he'd try to wrap it up fast and head out, since he was beat after a long day. Orla stepped aside to let Julian come in. Getting inside, Julian didn't get to work right away. He sat down on the couch, checking out Orla's place with a smile. Julian started talking nonsense, acting all confident about it. Orla was still by the door, looking totally confused and worried. Orla kinda shrugged and gave short answers to Julian's questions, looking pretty uncomfortable. Orla reminded Julian to get back to work, and he instantly dropped his smile and stopped his rambling story. Julian glanced at Orla, a bit annoyed that she interrupted him. He got up and started checking around the fire alarm in the living room. Only then did Orla finally feel brave enough to step away from the door and head to the kitchen. As soon as she walked past Julian, he joked with her. Do you know about all those disappearances lately? They're saying all the victims were young girls who lived by themselves. Orla looked at Julian's face and got chills, clearly worried. Orla stood there like she was glued to the floor. She kept her eyes on Julian, watching his every move closely. Orla noticed something weird about this guy, and to top it off, she was alone. Orla was trying to figure out how to kick him out of the apartment as soon as possible. After checking the fire stuff, Julian just walked into the bedroom without even asking. Orla was lost in thought, unable to react quickly. Orla yelled out, but Julian had already gone into the bedroom. When she walked in, Julian was grinning at her pajamas laid out on the bed. Orla nervously told the guy to come back tomorrow for another checkup. Julian, of course, didn't listen. He was being super sarcastic about it. "You shouldn't be alone, sweetheart. It's not safe." After saying that, Julian went into the bathroom chuckling to himself. Orla immediately dashed to grab a stun baton from the drawer, turned off all the lights in the house, and stood by the bathroom door. Julian didn't react one bit. With the stun baton in her hand, Orla could hear her heart pounding loudly in the eerie silence. Julian bolted out of the bathroom. He used his strength to overpower Orla and pin her down. Julian tossed the baton aside, but Orla was hell-bent on fighting back, no matter what. Julian ripped Orla's shirt, intending to assault her. His smile made Orla feel sickened. At that moment, the TV was still on, with more clues about the guy behind the recent disappearances on the news. Caught on a convenience store camera, the culprit is a tall, attractive woman with long hair. She was wearing tight black clothes. Julian freaked out when he heard the news on TV after coming back to the bedroom, like he just figured something out. He glanced at Orla and then the bathroom. When Orla saw her chance, she kicked Julian hard in the balls, making him scream in pain. Orla dashed over to grab the baton off the ground, making a wicked grin. She pressed the button on the baton firmly against Julian's thigh. Orla cracked up at Julian's agony. She stepped away briefly and came back with a sharp knife in hand, pointing it right at Julian's face. Turns out, Orla's the one behind the disappearances. In the bathroom, Julian spotted the outfit she always wore when she was up to no good. Getting caught by camera, she's been glued to the news, feeling all worried and unsure. Even though Julian kinda knew Orla's true self, he couldn't resist his desires. Thinking he could totally get Orla to give in, he didn't split right away, but wanted to mess with her a bit first. Julian was freaking out, bawling his eyes out and begging Orla to let him live. But with the icy heart of a killer, Orla's answer was a flat-out no. 2 days later, the news said another person had gone missing in the city. This is the first man to go missing out of all the cases so far. I'm JC, 20 years old. I have a brother named Nathan who's 2 years older than me. We didn't get a lot of love growing up. My mom passed away early because of a serious illness, and my dad started drinking because he was so heartbroken. He was often drunk and would hit us for no reason. Nathan was pretty thin and just a bit taller than me. He was always getting picked on by his friends, and the ringleader of that annoying group was Frank. Frank was a head taller than him and almost twice as heavy. He never cried. He always stood up to the tough hits, but in the end, he still ended up losing. 10 years ago, when we were 10 and 12, the city kept reporting about kids going missing. 3 high school kids had gone missing, and they still hadn't been found. People were very scared and confused. Buses to school started coming less and less often. All our classmates had their parents pick them up and drop them off to make sure they stayed safe. Only Chris and we were left. He'd just moved into Nathan's class. Unlike Nathan, who's kind of small and frail, Chris is tall and healthy. We started getting closer over time, so we weren't as lonely, and Chris also looked out for Nathan. It's been 2 weeks since the first person went missing, and the police still hadn't found either the victim or the culprit. One day at school, Chris wasn't on the bus. I said, "Chris must not be feeling well today." But Nathan looked really worried. That day turned into a nightmare for Nathan. Since Frank hadn't seen Chris, he took it out on Nathan, hitting him as a kind of catch-up for the past few days. I rushed in to protect Nathan with all the strength I had. After that fight, we were both covered in bruises. We were still pretty happy and felt really brave. The next morning, when we got to school, we were shocked to hear that Chris was the kidnapper's next victim. I could see how worried Nathan was. He didn't talk or laugh for the next few days. Nathan went back to being bullied and just gave up. A week later, Frank was the next victim. Frank's disappearance showed just how clever the kidnapper was. Frank vanished the moment he ran to his car after school. I know it sounds bad, but I was actually relieved when Frank got kidnapped. One day I woke up from a nightmare, yelling Nathan's name and searching the whole house for him. I didn't feel relieved until I saw that Nathan was safe. I had a dream that Nathan was the next kidnapper's victim. He vanished into a bunch of black balloons right in front of the school gate. Another time, I dreamed about a guy in black holding a bunch of black balloons. He had a creepy mask on and a wicked smile. I told Nathan and my classmates about my weird dreams, and I thought they might be the kidnappers. But no one took my dreams seriously. One day, right after we finished school, 2 police showed up. They wanted to talk to me and share some info. They found the first kidnapping victim, but the boy had already passed away. The boy was holding on to bits of black rubber, which they think came from the balloons. At the spot where Frank was kidnapped, they also found several black balls stuck in the trees. The police asked me if I knew anything else about the kidnapping, and I told them it was just random dreams. After the police left, my dad lost it and started hitting me. Nathan did his best to stop. He hugged me tight to keep me safe. After that beating, Nathan ran out of the house. I saw him quickly wipe away his tears. I tried to call Nathan and chase after him, but my dad stopped me and locked me in my room. Just like in my dream, Nathan vanished, and there were 13 black balloons hanging by the gate. I cried a lot and was really mad at my dad. I blamed him for not caring about us and wondered why we didn't get any love from him. Later, when I got older, I understood how much my dad loved my mom. I kept calling the police station to check on the status of the investigation into Nathan's whereabouts. By the end of each call, I was getting more and more frustrated. A week later, I went back to school, but I couldn't focus on anything. I was shocked to see a bunch of black balloons pinned up on the board. But within a few seconds, the teacher turned off the projector to end the class. I had a lot of questions running through my mind. Suddenly, I heard the teacher and a few friends laughing. I heard some laughter that seemed a bit familiar, but I quickly forgot about it. At night, I took my pillow into Nathan's room to sleep. I'd always ask God to protect him and bring him back home. I had another dream about that weird guy standing in front of a house with a creepy smile, holding a bunch of black balloons. 1300 Pennsylvania is the address of that house. I quickly jotted down the address, thought about it for a bit, and decided to check out that house. It was a small house on a winding road, way at the end and kind of isolated. The house was empty, and when I peeked through the window, I saw that the furniture inside was old and pretty messy. I noticed there were a ton of black balloons inside. I could hear loud, rattling noises coming from the basement. I grabbed a stick lying nearby, tapped it on the windowsill, and waited nervously. I heard a faint knocking sound coming from somewhere. I was sure it was Nathan. We came up with that sound to recognize each other. I quickly searched around the house, but I was startled and screamed loudly when that strange man suddenly appeared. He laughed loudly and quickly grabbed me. I jumped up, surrounded by Nathan's room, and slapped myself in the face to make sure I wasn't dreaming. It was almost dawn, so I called the police right away. I gave them the address, described the house, and told them about the strange man from my dream. But my hopes were completely crushed when the police told me the address I gave them didn't exist. It's been 10 years, and the search for Nathan and the other victims has stopped. This year he would have been 22, graduating from college and looking forward to a bright future. Where is he? Is he living under a different name and with a new look? I never lost hope that Nathan was still out there and that he'd come back someday.
I'm Alice, 62 years old, living in Forsyth, Georgia. I've just experienced the most terrible pain a mother can feel, losing my 32-year-old son, Joe Thompson, so suddenly. The boy was found in the sofa in the living room with a blanket covering him, and he was in a state of suffocation. The cause of death was determined to be arrhythmia. Joe was a healthy and kind police officer. For 32 years, my son never showed any unusual signs of heart health. The boy was still in the process of reconciling with his girlfriend in hopes of returning to the happy life he once had with their 2 young children. The sudden loss of my son has plunged my life into severe turmoil. A few weeks after Joe's passing, I received a handwritten letter from Marie, 69 years old, living in Cobb County, Georgia. I had no knowledge of her. We lived more than an hour's drive apart, but reading Marie's heartfelt words and sharing her thoughts made me cry a lot. Hello, Mrs. Thompson. I am Marie Rose. You must be very curious about why I am writing this letter. I have seen the case of your son, and I truly sympathize with and share in your sorrow during this difficult time, because I have been through it myself. My son was also an exemplary police officer, but he passed away 6 years ago with the same cause of death as your son's. I sought a way to contact Marie, as if my soul was searching for a bit of warmth and comfort. We called each other to talk. I'm a little luckier because I still have 2 grandsons, while Marie only has 1. 2 elderly mothers, united by the same pain and understanding. We quickly became close. I gained a friend, a great source of comfort that helped me get through the difficult times. After about 2 months of talking on the phone, we arranged to meet at a location halfway between Forsyth and Cobb. As soon as we met, we hugged each other and burst into tears. Marie is very gentle, warm, and always smiles with optimism. We ate and chatted happily. You told me that you have 2 grandsons, right? Marie asked. That's right. They're 5 and 3 years old, very much like Joe, my son. But right now, they're living with their mother. My relationship with their mother isn't very good. Can I see some pictures of them? I used to wish I would have little ones calling me Grandma, but then I quickly opened my phone to show Marie the family photos from when my son was still alive. How wonderful! They look just like their father. Marie's compliment made me smile, my eyes welling up with tears. Alice, Marie's voice suddenly turned serious. This is, she pointed to the photo of my son's girlfriend. Natalie, my son's girlfriend. She's beautiful, isn't she? But this is my daughter-in-law, Marie interrupted me, exclaiming. Silence enveloped us as Marie and I stared at each other, filled with countless questions. So, my son and Marie's son had many similarities. Both were police officers. They died in the same way and for the same reason. And most striking of all, they shared the same woman, Natalie. Immediately, we exchanged information about Natalie. She was my son's girlfriend for 7 years, but has been Marie's son's legal wife for nearly 10 years. Currently, on paper, Natalie and Marie's son are still married. She receives his pension and all the other benefits reserved for the wife of a deceased officer. So Natalie had been having an affair with my son even before her husband passed away. Since there were no children involved and her husband passed away at a young age, Marie supported Natalie moving on and remarrying. The two of them hadn't been in contact for a long time. As for me, Natalie was my son's girlfriend. They had been living together for nearly 6 years, had 2 children together, but never married, even though my son had proposed countless times. To me, Natalie was neither a good girlfriend nor a good mother. My son, in order to support his girlfriend's lavish lifestyle, had to work both as a police officer and a gas station attendant at the same time. Alice, who is the beneficiary of your son's life insurance after his death? Marie's question made me shiver instantly. We decided to ask the police to reopen the case of our 2 sons to clarify everything. The true face of the devil, hidden beneath the appearance of a beautiful and elegant woman, was finally exposed. Natalie. She was like a parasitic bloodsucker, with my son and Marie's son as her victims. At Natalie's house, the police found a can of antifreeze, the substance she had used to poison the 2 men who had loved her with all their hearts in the same manner. What she wanted was nothing but worship and money, repaying love with disgusting cruelty. In the end, Natalie had to pay the price with a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Marie and I became close friends, like sisters, living positively and meaningfully in our later years. The story above is based on a true case involving the tragic deaths of 2 police officers, Randy Thompson and Glenn Turner. They were sincere and warm-hearted men, but cruel fate took them from this world at a young age, found in the same position, with the same cause of death, and at the hands of the same killer, Lynn Turner. She was dubbed the Black Widow by the media, after the name of a venomous spider that kills its mate after mating. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and died at the age of 42 while still serving her sentence, bringing an end to the life of a cold-blooded and ungrateful murderer.
I'm James, 42 years old, working as a security guard for the West Village apartment building, New York, USA. This is a small apartment building with 7 floors, a small number of residents, and a quiet place. I know a woman named Ava, 67 years old. She lives alone in an apartment on the 6th floor. Ava is reserved and prefers to observe everything around her. She has gone through many things in life. Her husband and daughter died in a car accident, and since then, Ava has lived alone. I often talk to Ava, feeling very peaceful and warm. If my mother were still alive, she would be the same age as Ava is now. One evening around 11 o'clock, I was on the night shift. Suddenly, footsteps and murmurs rang out.
6th floor, house number. 6th floor, house number.
The sound of footsteps and mumbling grew closer and closer. I startled to see the silhouette of a woman with loose hair. It turned out to be Miss Ava. She doesn't remember the house number and has been wandering around the apartment since afternoon. Ava said she asked for help from several people here, but they all ignored what Ava said. I took Ava back to her apartment and brought her some food. Recently, Ava began showing signs of Alzheimer's disease. Ava forgot what I said just a few minutes ago. Ava's illness worsened as she continued to wander and mumble every night. For about 2 days now, I haven't seen Ava anywhere. I worriedly went to Ava's apartment and rang the bell many times, but Ava didn't open the door. I called Ava and heard the bell ringing from inside the house. Feeling that something bad was going on, I immediately informed the building management, telling them to quickly open Ava's apartment. After opening the door, I and the management board went into the apartment. Everything in the apartment is still intact and tidy. There were no unusual signs. The only unusual thing was that Ava could not be found. The building's management board immediately called the police, and the footage from the camera in the apartment were also provided. The last image recorded by the camera was when Ava entered the elevator on the 3rd floor and disappeared. People in the apartment complex don't pay much attention to Ava's disappearance. The search for Ava is still ongoing. It's been 10 days since she went missing. Late that afternoon, I was informed by the people living in the 6th floor apartment that there was a fight between 2 men. I immediately ran into the elevator to go to the 6th floor. When the elevator stopped, I looked up at the display board and was startled to realize I had pressed the wrong number 5 for the floor. Before I could press the elevator to go to the 6th floor, the elevator door opened. Immediately, the stench entered my nostrils. An object immediately fell on me. I reflexively raised my hand to block it. It was Ava, to be exact. It was her body. Her face was close to mine, gray, her hair hanging down, and a terrible stench. My hands could feel her flesh melting as I held the body. I was shocked and speechless. The elevator warning sound kept ringing. I dragged Ava's body into the elevator and pressed a button to go down. The building management board and police were present to get information and scrambled the scene. And I stood looking at Ava's body for a long time. After investigating and documenting all information, the police concluded the cause of her death as follows. The 5th floor of the building was blocked by an iron door, 50 centimeters from the elevator door. The iron door was locked. Because of Alzheimer's disease, Ava mistakenly pressed the elevator to the 5th floor and not the 6th floor. Ava walked out of the elevator door before she could turn back. The elevator closed and went down. The 5th floor is an area that was acquired a few months ago, so no one goes there anymore. So she had been stuck here for the past 2 days of her disappearance and all the days of searching. The police tried standing at the location where Ava was stuck and yelled, which was clearly heard by part of the area on the 4th and 6th floors. So why didn't anyone heed Ava's plea for help? My name is Chris, 28 years old. I'm working in the auto parts business. My girlfriend is Daria, and we have been in love for 3 years. We're really close with another couple, Oscar and Emily. They were getting married in the end of that year. Over Labor Day, 4 of us took a long road trip across the state. We figured the trip would take about a week. We got all the essentials ready and were pumped to load up the new Chevrolet Silverado. Oscar and I switched off driving. For the first 3 days of the trip, everything went really smoothly. We discovered new places, amazing scenery, great people, and delicious food. Everything was wonderful. We really soaked up the good times with youth, love, and friendship. On the 4th day, we drove over to the Panhandle in northwest Texas. The air of the countryside was so fresh and peaceful. We pulled over by a cornfield next to a clear lake. The size of that cornfield was just unbelievable. The green was so refreshing to look at, and the smell of the grass was just amazing. I just watched for a bit and started to wonder, why are there so many scarecrows if they're just attracting more crows? Emily and Oscar noticed it too and agreed. The corn plants were fully grown, but they were really dry, like they hadn't been taken care of in days. Emily wasn't a fan of crows. She always thought they brought bad luck. But my friend Daria thought all animals were cute, so she wasn't bothered by them at all. Daria walked over to a crow that was hanging out on the ground near us. We took our eyes off Daria and looked at the lake and cornfield. Suddenly, Daria screamed and startled all three of us.
The crow! It's eating a human finger!
Oscar burst out laughing and said, "Crows eat meat too. It's just an unlucky little bird." Emily agreed with Oscar and suggested we head to the lake to swim. Oscar was all for it. I took Daria's hand, quickly pulling her into the fun. That crow thing quickly left my mind. While I was having a great time swimming in the lake, I heard this weird groaning sound coming from somewhere. I looked over at the cornfield and listened closely. Oscar tapped me on the shoulder and asked what was up. After I mentioned hearing someone groaning, the others tried to listen closely, but they couldn't hear anything. It was probably just the water flowing in and messing with my hearing. We went back to having fun until we were all tired and starving. By the afternoon, we talked about setting up a tent and camping out here for the night. We had 2 tents set up and a barbecue going. We all had dinner together and enjoyed some wine. Toward the end of the little party, the wine bottle was nearly empty. Oscar and I were a bit tipsy and ended up acting like total goofballs. Because of some random comment, we both lost it, which led to an argument and a bit of a fight. Daria and Emily quickly stepped in and stopped us, but the harsh words and punches that had been thrown couldn't be undone. We headed to the tents we'd set up earlier, and Daria was busy bandaging my elbow. Out of nowhere, we heard a car engine, and Daria and I jumped out of the tent right away. Oscar and Emily drove off. Daria ran after them, shouting loudly, but the car just sped up even more. She was desperately calling out her friends' names. I was just stunned, feeling really angry and let down by their behavior. When I got back to the tent, I hugged Daria, who was crying and scared. I reassured Daria that everything would be fine. We still had our phone, so we could just call a ride and go home. But then we were hit with a huge letdown. The phone had no signal at all. Daria and I had to sleep in the tent until morning. In the middle of the night, I woke up groggy from hearing a loud scream. I yanked open the tent door and looked outside. It was dark, with insects chirping, but no more screams. The scarecrow in the cornfield had its head tilted to one side and was staring right at me. My heart skipped a beat when I saw its face peeking out from under the wide-brimmed hat. Its eyes looked almost white. I didn't want to know, and I definitely didn't want to find out. I quickly locked the tent door and lay down next to Daria. I was not sure how much later, but I woke up again. Seeing Daria sitting there, looking terrified and staring at the tent door, I jumped up and asked her what was wrong. Daria was shaking and then started crying, saying, "I heard Emily crying for help." I hugged my girlfriend and said, "It's just a dream. Everything will be okay." Suddenly, we heard a noise like something falling right outside the tent door, and it freaked us out. A flock of crows swooped down on the fallen object and started fighting over their midnight snack. But then a horrible stench filled our nose, almost making us gag, along with the noise of the crows. I opened the tent door to try and scare the crows away and get rid of the smell, but I screamed in panic when I saw what the crows were fighting over. It was a rotting human head. The crows had torn the head into 2 halves and pecked at the flesh a bit. The lips were sewn together tightly. I grabbed Daria's hand, but her legs were so weak she could barely stand. The scarecrow I'd just seen collapsed as soon as we ran past it. The awful smelling slime splattered all over the ground. We were so freaked out, we collapsed when we realized that the scarecrow
had lost its head. I dragged Daria with me, running as fast as far as I could, since we had no other option. When we saw the house, it felt like a beacon of hope. I pounded on the door, desperately begging for help. A middle-aged man opened the door, and once we were inside, I told him everything that had happened. The landlord also helped us call the police. After we reported everything to the police, the landlord kindly let us stay overnight. The next morning we went back to the cornfield. Daria and I were surprised to see the Silverado in the field with its front end all smashed up. The police found over 10 scarecrows scattered around the field, and they were all actual people. They all had been tortured in the same way. Their hands and feet were tied, their mouths sewn shut, and they were dressed in sacks to look like scarecrows. Some had hats on, while others had sacks over their heads. 4 of them had died from hunger and exhaustion. They were identified as people who had been missing for the past 3 weeks. Among the scarecrows were Oscar and Emily. Emily had her lips sewn shut, but the rest of her was otherwise okay. Oscar, on the other hand, was badly injured and had lost a lot of blood. Emily told the police that 2 tall guys in scarecrow-like sacks had blocked their car. Oscar lost control of the car and ended up crashing into a big tree. Since he fought back, Oscar got brutally beaten by the 2 men, while Emily desperately begged them to stop. A few months have passed, and Emily and Oscar had their wedding. Things between us have also gotten better, but the 2 cold-blooded murderers are still at large. Who knows what they'll do next?
My name is... I don't even remember anymore. But that's not as important as what I'm about to tell you. My girlfriend is Fiona. Luckily, I still remember her name. She's very, very beautiful, with a figure that perfectly blends with femininity and personality. We've been together for a few years, but recently I had to leave because of an incident that happened. Now I am back, ready to give her some truly big surprises. I was inside a giant bear brick, over 5 feet tall, and only an adult can move it. The bear is placed in the living room, next to the sofa. It's a bit hot and stuffy, but I'm really excited, looking forward to seeing Fiona's reaction. I can observe Fiona, figure things out clearly, and then suddenly appear to scare her a little. A little more information about Fiona. She has a design job that matches the field she studied. Her job is quite busy, but I can see the effort and passion my girlfriend puts into it. I support her, without a doubt. As for me, I work as a construction worker with a high income, but it's also very hard and takes up a lot of time. We set goals for our life together and dedicate a few years of our youth to striving towards those goals. Recently, because I've been so busy, I haven't been able to spend much time with Fiona. I'm sorry. This is a very important project. I could make a lot of money from it, and even get a promotion, so... I understand, my love. I'm fine. It's just a few months. Fiona interrupted me. I truly feel grateful for her understanding and love Fiona even more. Once the project is over, I will confess my love to her. Finances will no longer be a big issue for me. Despite the late dinners, yet Fiona still patiently waits for me to come home. She cares for me, checks in on me more, and shares some of the stress and exhaustion I'm going through. On our anniversary, that I completely forgot about, I came home looking dirty and exhausted. Fiona had prepared a lavish dinner with roses and even a gift. I was deeply moved, holding back tears and blaming myself for forgetting such an important occasion. I'm so sorry, and thank you so much, Fiona, I said, holding her tightly and whispering. She smiled and gently pushed me away. Open the gift. Fiona eagerly handed the gift box to me. Safety boots, I exclaimed as I opened the gift and looked at Fiona. She smiled and nodded. I chose the best quality ones for you. Remember to use them tomorrow. I love this girl so much more, and I'm even more certain that I want to marry her. The next day at work, when I was fully equipped with all the necessary protective gear, a colleague stared intently at the safety boots Fiona had given me. Are you really going to use them? They look so weak. They're the best ones available right now, my friend, I said with a proud smile, then quickly got to work. A few times while working, I nearly slipped and fell. My colleague, both worried and a little annoyed, advised me to switch to a different pair of shoes. But I chose to trust Fiona, trust her care, and trust in our relationship. I fell from a height of over 40 feet and landed with my whole body. I felt the pieces of brick and stone at the construction site sticking into my own skin with the sound of bones breaking and muscles tearing. A warm, thick red liquid flowed out from my body. A lot of it. And then I went through fragmented memories in the ambulance, then in the hospital. I endured pain that escalated exponentially, never easing. I couldn't breathe on my own and had to wear a machine in my mouth, which was very uncomfortable. And then everything went black. I couldn't remember, couldn't see, and couldn't feel anything anymore. Today, I finally returned to my beloved home. I glanced at the calendar on the wall. October 31st. So I had been away from home for almost 4 months. Quite a long time. I quickly hid inside the bear, waiting for nearly 3 hours to see Fiona come back. She's cut her hair short. Looks pretty good on her. Behind her was Baron, my closest friend. I had already guessed. He was carrying quite a bit of stuff. Have you finished handling Jonathan's insurance paperwork? Baron whispered, holding Fiona's waist. It's all done, my love. $1.4 million. I'll be smiling all night. Fiona flirted as she leaned into Baron's embrace, and they shared a kiss. The emotions inside me at that moment, I'm not even sure anymore. Suddenly she looked toward me, jumped up and shouted, I forgot about this damn stupid teddy bear. Jonathan's meaningless gift. I have to get rid of it. Do you still see Jonathan? Baron asked, his voice filled with concern. Almost every night, it's like he's still lurking around here. His horrifying image when he fell keeps me from sleeping. Stay with me tonight, will you? Fiona pouted. Of course. I have a way to get him out of here. Forever. Baron smirked cryptically as he pulled out an old book, a crucifix, a rosary, candles, and a small knife. That bastard lit the candle, picked up the book, and started mumbling, with his other hand constantly waving the knife. What he was doing made me feel pain and dizziness. Never in a million years did I think a gift from my boyfriend Ramon would turn into my worst nightmare. He got me this gift certificate for Serenity Spa, saying I'd been working too hard and needed a day to relax. I wasn't about to go alone, so I asked my best friend Trisha to come with me. She was all for it, joking that I basically had the perfect boyfriend. Saturday morning, we hit the road, laughing and chatting the whole way, totally pumped for a great day. But when we got there, it was a letdown. The parking lot was empty, nothing like the fancy pictures on the website. The only car around was this old truck parked near the back door, windshield covered in dust. The Serenity Spa sign was all faded and barely hanging on, swaying in the wind like it was about to give up. We had just stepped out of the car when this woman stumbled out of the spa. Her skin was ghostly pale, eyes blank, like she'd just seen something straight out of a horror movie. The woman suddenly grabbed my hand, her voice shaky as she muttered, "You'd better get out of here." Then she took off, not even glancing back. I just stood there, staring after her, but Trisha shrugged it off, told me I was overthinking, and headed straight into the spa. Inside, it was way gloomier than I expected. The old yellow lamps barely lit up the place, making it feel more like some rundown bar than a spa. The air reeked of lavender essential oil, not the calming kind, but overpowering, thick, and suffocating. At the reception desk, an old woman gave us this weak smile. Her eyes were cold. "Welcome to Serenity Spa. Please leave your phone at the counter for the best relaxation experience." I hesitated, but Trisha casually dropped her phone, flashing me a look that basically said, "You're being paranoid." Not wanting to be the weird one, I followed her lead. We got led into the massage room. The loudspeaker crackled, telling us to lie face down on the bed. As we got settled, the door creaked open, and 2 staff members walked in. They didn't say a word, just started working like they were on autopilot. The second their hands touched me, I shivered. Their skin wasn't soft like a professional masseuse. It was rough, calloused, like someone who did hard labor. But their movements weren't bad, so I didn't think too much about it and eventually let myself relax. By the time the massage was over, my body felt looser, way more comfortable, and I was starting to get a little sleepy. Next, they led Trisha and me to the sauna. The hallway to the sauna was long, narrow, and kinda dark. I glanced over at Trisha. She still looked excited, totally unfazed by the weird, heavy vibe hanging in the air. When we got to a big wooden door, the old receptionist stopped and turned to me with this weird smile. I was about to follow Trisha inside when she gently lifted her hand, stopping me. "This way, please." She gestured toward another door. I frowned. She just tilted her head slightly, like she was watching for my reaction. Then, real slow, she said, "We have individual treatments for each client." I turned to Trisha, expecting her to say something, but she just shrugged, totally unbothered. "It's probably just how they do things, chill," she said, patting my hand before heading into the room across from mine. I pressed my lips together and stepped into my sauna, feeling a little uneasy. The room was smaller than I expected, airtight, the wooden walls making it feel even more cramped. Steam filled the space, thick and heavy, settling into my skin. I sat down on a long wooden bench, trying to let my body relax, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. A few minutes later, this floral scent drifted through the air. At first, it was nice, relaxing even. But then, out of nowhere, I started feeling dizzy. Something was definitely off. I couldn't sit still anymore. I jumped up from the bench. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I bolted for the door, hands shaking as I grabbed the doorknob and shoved it open. Stepping into the hallway, I shook my head, trying to clear the fog in my brain, then ran straight to the room across from mine, the one Trisha had gone into. The sauna door was wide open, but she wasn't there. Panic hit me like a truck. I spun around and sprinted to the reception desk, barely able to catch my breath. "Where's my friend?" My voice came out shaky, almost frantic. The old woman behind the counter still had that same eerie smile, her eyes blank and cold. "You came here alone." My whole body locked up, but my heart was racing like crazy. I shook my head over and over, refusing to believe what I had just heard. "No, I came with Trisha. We walked in together. What did you do to her?" I was practically screaming, but the woman just shook her head, still wearing that weird, knowing smile. Panic surged through me. I demanded my phone back. She frowned like I was being a nuisance, then listened to something on her walkie-talkie before reluctantly handing it over. I wasted no time. I called the police. They showed up in about 10 minutes. I told them everything, pointing at the reception desk where the woman still stood, completely still, and then toward the sauna room. One officer stayed to talk to me, while the other went over to check the security footage. The screen flickered on, and I watched. There I was, pushing open the door, walking down the hallway, stopping at the front desk, chatting with the receptionist, taking the gift certificate, and heading to the changing room. But it was just me, no Trisha. How the hell was this possible? I knew she was with me. I heard her laughing in the car, and yet in this video she didn't exist. I stumbled back, feeling like the ground beneath me was crumbling, dragging me into a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I yelled at them to check again, begged them to look closer, but all I got were pitying glances from the policemen. Then they called a psychiatrist. I fought against it, trying to explain, trying to make them understand. But the more I talked, the more convinced they were that I was losing it. They checked my phone. No texts from Trisha. There was nothing. No texts, no photos, no calls, no proof that Trisha had ever been a part of my life. I couldn't wrap my head around it. The police called Ramon. When he showed up, I felt this tiny flicker of hope, like maybe he would believe me. But then I looked into his eyes, and I knew he didn't believe me either. He squeezed my hand tight, his voice soft, like he was calming a scared kid. "Baby, you must be imagining things. You're just stressed." I stared at him, wide-eyed, my whole world crashing down. Shocked, hopeless, dizzy, weak. I barely resisted as Ramon led me home. 3 days later, I forced myself to go to the police station. I needed answers. I sat there, completely still, gripping the cold metal chair, my eyes locked on the computer screen in front of me. The security footage from Serenity Spa played again. The cops rewound it over and over, checked every angle, but nothing changed. No way. My voice shook. This can't be right. The officer next to me glanced over, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He let out a small sigh, then turned toward another cop standing by the door. The guy nodded and walked out without a word. A few minutes later, the door creaked open. A woman in a white coat stepped inside. "Hello, Vanessa. I'm Dr. Carter, the police department's psychologist." My whole body went stiff. It felt like I was slowly sinking into freezing water, my breath catching in my throat. They thought I was crazy. "No!" I shook my head hard. "No, I'm not crazy. Trisha was there. She was with me. I remember. Please, you have to believe me." I broke down again, my nerves stretched so thin they felt like they were about to snap. Helpless, trapped. I screamed just to get it all out. The months after that were a blur. The doctor put me on sedatives. Ramon never left my side, taking care of me like I was fragile. My family hovered, worried sick, so I learned to fake it. I pretended I didn't remember what happened at Serenity Spa. Pretended I really was losing my mind. Pretended it was all just some hallucination. Only then did they stop looking at me with pity. Only then did they stop forcing me into endless therapy sessions. One afternoon, I was sitting in the living room, half watching TV, when a news report came on. A bizarre accident in front of the police station. A woman, dead, her body mutilated. I couldn't look away from the screen. It was her, the same woman who had stumbled out of Serenity Spa that day. I was in shock, my chest tightening like I was about to cry. Right then, Ramon walked in. I bolted to the bathroom, gripping the sink, taking deep breaths to calm down. Something was off. Something was seriously wrong. One evening, I was cleaning out the car. In the dim light, I noticed something roll across the floor. A bracelet. Trisha's bracelet. I picked it up, my whole body going cold. I knew it was hers. I had seen it on her wrist that morning when we left the house, when she sat right next to me in the car. So how the hell did it end up here? If Trisha had never existed, like everyone kept telling me, then why was her bracelet sitting in my car? I clutched it tight, my confusion twisting into something darker, pure, bone-deep fear. It all started with that damn gift certificate, the one Ramon gave me. He was the one who insisted I bring Trisha. He was always the one saying I had issues, always pushing me into therapy. What if? I kept my mouth shut, played along, but I couldn't sleep. Every night, the nightmares came. Serenity Spa, that woman, Trisha disappearing. I needed answers. One morning, after Ramon left early for work, I snuck into his office. I'd never paid much attention to this place before, but now I was seeing it with new eyes. I started searching, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I found it, a USB drive tucked behind a stack of documents. My hands were shaking as I plugged it into my laptop. The screen flickered on, a video, files. On the screen, there I was standing inside Serenity Spa, and right next to me was Trisha. Everything I told the police was right there on the screen. This was the proof. I wasn't crazy, but what really shattered me was the last file. It was a list of names, each with a date next to it. Women, customers, victims, goods. I scrolled through the list, and my world fell apart when I saw a familiar name, Trisha. The date next to her name was the exact day we went to Serenity Spa. Ramon had lied to me. He knew exactly what Serenity Spa was. He was part of it, which meant I had been living with a monster. I sent the video and the victim list to everyone I could, my parents, my friends, my co-workers, the police. I didn't have time. I had no idea how closely Ramon had been watching me, or how many hidden cameras were in this apartment. One thing was clear, I had to disappear before he found out I knew the truth. But as soon as I stepped out the door, Ramon was there, standing with that twisted smile, half amused, half furious. I was just a tool for you to cover up your mess, and soon I'd be just another piece of merchandise like them, right? Or would I end up like that woman if I tried to fight back? My legs felt like they were about to give out, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. The cops shouted at Ramon to stay put. "This won't end that easily," he hissed. Then everything went black. But even as I passed out, I knew I was safe. I woke up in the hospital and started writing all of this down. The case was still under investigation. Ramon and his accomplices had chosen to stay quiet. No one knew where Trisha or the other victims were, or if they were even still alive. But I refused to give up hope. I'm Bianca, 27, working in an office and making enough to enjoy the things I love. I've been single for years. Past relationships really broke my heart, but I still believe I'll find my other half, and I'm always ready to open my heart to someone new. Last year's Valentine's Day was just like every other year, quiet and nothing special. But that morning, I found a handwritten letter in my desk drawer. It was from Isaac, the new guy at work I had a thing for. He asked me to come over to his place for dinner at 9 that night. I kept reading the letter over and over, my heart racing like crazy. Was that some kind of joke? But his signature at the bottom was legit, and his handwriting was neat and confident, just like him. Isaac was the guy everyone noticed as soon as he started at the company. He was tall, good-looking, and had this confidence like no one else. He always knew how to grab everyone's attention without even trying. Out of all the girls into him, I was the least noticeable, so I didn't have the guts to tell him how I felt. I was feeling both happy and confused, trying to figure out why this was happening to me. I rushed through work, drove home, and spent hours getting ready. All I had with me was a red dress that hugged my body, some fancy heels, and a bottle of good red wine. I stood in front of the mirror, checking out my face, telling myself everything would be fine. I thought that night was going to be a night to remember. The road to Isaac's place was in a quiet neighborhood. The bare trees lined up under the yellow glow of the streetlights. The house was at the end of the road, and the light from the windows looked like an invite. I got out of the car and the chilly February air made me shiver a little. I felt a rush of excitement as I knocked on the door. The door opened, and there was Isaac with his usual warm smile. He looked perfect as usual, with his shiny black hair and sharp suit that really showed off his confident vibe. "You're here." His eyes practically lit up with satisfaction. I walked in, and the smell of food and lavender from the candles filled the air. The place inside was really neat. The dining table was set up with flickering candles and dishes that smelled amazing. I felt like I was in a dream, but then a sense of unease started creeping in. We clinked glasses, and I tried to chill out a bit more, but my eyes just wandered to the paintings on the wall. At first, I thought they were abstract paintings, but when I took a closer look, they kinda looked like drawings of human anatomy. The details were so vivid, it was creepy. Some of them even had notes scribbled in red ink, like there was some kind of plan coming together. I started feeling confused and uneasy, so I stood up and used the excuse of needing to wash my hands to get away from the table. The bathroom was at the end of the hallway, and the light from the dining table didn't reach that far. I walked in, and my eyes immediately went to the mirror above the sink. There was a red smudge on the mirror, like someone had tried to wipe it off quickly with their hand. I just stood there in front of the mirror, every stroke of the painting stuck in my head, making my mind race with a bunch of unanswered questions. All of a sudden, I saw something flash behind me in the mirror. My heart skipped a beat, but when I turned around, the hallway was empty. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't help but think maybe I was walking into a trap that had been set up from the start. Back at the table, the vibe between Isaac and me had totally changed. His smiles weren't warm anymore. They were cold and calculating. The room got suddenly stuffy, and time felt like it was slowing down in a creepy way. My eyes landed on a big painting on the wall. In the painting, there was a girl with blonde hair and big eyes. Sarah, that name just popped into my head, a former coworker who left a few months ago. A wave of horror hit me. I couldn't stay calm anymore. I stood up, quickly said thanks, and asked if I could leave. But Isaac wasn't letting me leave that easily. He stood up, blocking me, and the smile on his face turned into something pretty terrifying. Isaac stepped closer, and I could feel my breath getting faster. I saw a cold, lifeless look in Isaac's eyes, like he'd lost all humanity. I took a step back, but my foot got caught on a chair. He lunged at me, and I barely had time to think before I pulled out the fork I had hidden in my bag. I swung it, and I felt the resistance as it stuck into Isaac's hand. He screamed and stepped back just enough for me to make a run for the door. I rushed to the front door, but it was locked from the inside. I could hear Isaac's footsteps and curses echoing behind me. I turned around and saw him coming at me with bloodshot eyes and a face twisted in pain. His hands were red, but he didn't stop. I ran to the nearest window and used all my strength to smash the glass. As the glass shattered, I climbed through, even though my hands got cut by the sharp pieces. I ran like mad down the dark street, feeling all warm and wet from my palms and knees. But I didn't stop, too scared to look back. When I got to my car, I jumped in, slammed the door shut, and drove off. My heart was pounding, and every breath felt heavy, like I had just escaped from hell. When I got to the police station, I almost collapsed, my whole body shaking. My story made the police head straight to Isaac's place. They found his secret basement, where he kept stuff and pictures of his past victims. Isaac was caught trying to hide not far from the house. His cuffed eyes kept staring me down through the police car window, like he wanted to haunt me forever. The house, the paintings, and Isaac's eyes still popped into my head every night when I closed my eyes. I knew I dodged death, but the darkness Isaac brought would always stick in my head, something I could never shake off. I never thought a regular lunchtime at Subway could turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. That day, I took my 6-year-old son Ricky to have lunch. Subway was right on the corner near his school, a small shop with the smell of toasted bread, fresh vegetables, and melted cheese. Ricky happily ran to an empty table by the window, his small feet swinging as he sat in the chair. I went to the counter, ordered 2 sandwiches, just like usual deli meats, extra mayonnaise, lightly toasted bread. When I came back, the boy was busy drawing something with a box of crayons and a fresh stack of paper. I paused for a moment. "Where did you get that?" Ricky looked up with innocent blue eyes. "The man just gave it to me. He said I should draw a lot." I frowned, glancing around the shop. There was no one of particular note. A few men in light-colored suits, an older woman eating soup, a Subway worker fiddling with the card machine. Maybe one of the staff gave it to him? I brushed off the brief unease. We started our lunch. Ricky ate quickly and then returned to his drawing. The boy happily exclaimed when he finished and showed me the drawing. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable shiver. On the paper was a drawing of a tall, thin man, bald with a few long strands of hair, his empty eyes like 2 dark holes. His neck was unusually long, and his hand was reaching out, holding something small toward the front. "Who is this person?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Ricky happily replied, "He's the one who gave me the crayons." For some reason, I felt uneasy about his answer. "Did you thank him?" Ricky nodded, and I reluctantly smiled. I glanced at the drawing again, and the figure made me feel uneasy and suspicious. Around 6 p.m., we arrived home, the quiet space broken only by the ticking clock on the wall. I let Ricky play on his own while I cleaned up and prepared dinner in the kitchen. The boy was watching his favorite show. The cheerful sounds from the TV and Ricky's delighted laughter gave me a sense of peace. But today felt different. The living room was eerily silent. Ricky wasn't there. I called out, and his voice answered from upstairs. I pushed open his door and found Ricky still messing with a stack of paper and crayons. The focused look on his face made me chuckle. I let him draw and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, tearing through the silence of the house. I froze, my heart pounding, a chill running down my spine. My hands shook uncontrollably as I grabbed the edge of the chair, my mind empty for a second before panic truly set in. "Ricky!" I screamed, my voice cracking. I ran up the stairs, my trembling hand fumbling for the doorknob to Ricky's room. It flew open under the force of my frantic push. The boy was curled up on the floor, a wound on his shoulder soaking his shirt with blood. The gun lay next to his hand. Everything became a blur. I pressed my hands to the wound to stop the bleeding while calling the police and emergency services. I kept praying to God to save Ricky. The police arrived a few minutes after I made the call. They checked around the house, finding no signs of a break-in. There was nothing unusual in Ricky's room, no fingerprints besides his own. The police continued their investigation. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too severe, and Ricky recovered after a week in the hospital. I didn't rush to ask about it, wanting to let him calm down first. After we returned from the hospital, Ricky started showing strange behavior. He no longer greeted me cheerfully every morning, no longer hugged me when I got home from work, and didn't want to hear bedtime stories. He just silently withdrew into his own world, one I couldn't reach. One night, I stood in front of Ricky's door, hesitating for a few seconds before gently pushing the door open. The nightlight cast a shadow of Ricky on the wall. He was sitting on the bed, curled up, hugging his knees, staring blankly into the space in front of him. "Ricky?" I called softly, but he didn't respond, didn't turn around. I walked closer. "Can't you sleep?" This time Ricky slowly turned to face me, his empty eyes. "He's here," Ricky whispered. "Who?" My body stiffened, Ricky didn't answer, pulling the blanket tightly over his head and lying down, curling up as though trying to shield himself from the world. I could only stand there watching my son, and started crying. In the following days, Ricky no longer enjoyed watching his favorite cartoons. He didn't draw, although the box of crayons and the stack of paper were still on the table. I wanted to help him, wanted to understand what had happened. Sitting next to his bed, I gently asked, "Ricky, why did you do that?" He stared at me for a long time before looking down. He said there's only one bullet. He wants me to send it to Mom for him. His answer made me go numb. I couldn't breathe. My whole body trembled, and a cold fear crept into my veins. Who was he? What kind of bastard would do this to a child? What did he want from me? I quickly looked around the room. The drawing paper and crayons were still there. I picked up the nearest drawing, my mind spinning as I saw what was on the paper. It was still the bald man with empty eyes, but this time he was standing next to my bed, leaning down, whispering into my ear as I slept. His hand was offering a small bullet. My heart hammered as if trying to escape my chest. In that moment, I remembered a memory I had tried to forget for years. The image of the tall, thin, bald man with the empty eyes had appeared in my childhood dreams. I had seen him standing still by my bedroom window when I was little, but I always thought it was just a meaningless childhood nightmare. I never thought he would return, and this time his target was Ricky. Unable to bear it any longer, I decided we had to leave. We moved to another city, hoping the distance would protect Ricky from the frightening memories. Ricky began seeing a therapist for treatment. During therapy sessions, Ricky slowly revealed more terrifying details about the bald man. Once he said, "He says he will never let us go." Every night I lay awake, fearing he would find us. No matter how far we moved, it felt like it was never truly over, and perhaps it will never end. I am Mike, the youngest in a family with 3 brothers. 10 years ago, when I was 8 years old, my family moved to Forest Hills because my father was transferred for work. The new house was located in a peaceful, spacious, and quieter area. I felt quite comfortable and tried to adjust to the new environment, while my 2 older brothers took more time to get used to it. What fascinated my 2 brothers and me the most was the treehouse, which was located down a dirt path behind our house. It was a simple wooden house, looking like it had been built quite some time ago. The grayish silver tiled roof, although partially decayed from the rain and sun, still maintained its structure. In the faint light of the setting sun, it looked like a silent ghost, exuding a sense of loneliness. After learning that the treehouse had no owner, my 2 brothers and I were incredibly excited. The way up to the treehouse was not easy. A makeshift wooden ladder was hastily tied to the trunk, with each wooden step worn down over the years. The space was only big enough for 2 people, so my 2 brothers and I would take turns going in to play, and I would always be the last one. Inside the house, there was no dust or the musty smell of a forgotten place. An old oil lamp was still in the corner of the room, and a crooked wooden shelf held a few books. I hadn't even had the chance to explore when I heard my older brother calling up, saying that Mom was calling us back for dinner. I felt a bit of regret, telling myself that I would definitely come back tomorrow. Right after school the next afternoon, I didn't go home, but ran straight to the treehouse. The excitement made my heart beat a little faster, and I left my backpack behind to climb more easily. It seems that the items inside have been slightly moved, probably because my brothers visited again. On the wooden shelf, there was a note with rather messy handwriting, asking a greeting and "What's your name?" I guessed this was a prank from my brothers, so I picked up the pen that had fallen nearby, added my name to the note, and asked for the other person's name in return, leaving it in its original spot. I went over to open the small window, just wide enough for a 7-year-old boy at the time to stick his head and shoulders out and enjoy the view outside. I was filled with a sense of joyful exhilaration, imagining myself living in a fairy tale house. The voice and face of my second brother appeared. He called my name with a mocking tone and attitude, telling me to hurry home before Mom gets angry. I pouted and left, followed by him with his teasing remarks. The next day when I returned, the note from yesterday had been replaced, and the person introduced themselves as Mr. Gummy Candy. The days that followed were filled with regular conversations between me and Mr. Gummy Candy through unique note exchanges. He asked me many different questions. At first, it was questions of concern, like whether I had eaten dinner yet, or how I was adjusting to the new school. I was pretty sure that this was one of my brother's pranks, so I decided to stubbornly see it through to the end to expose them. Gradually, Mr. Gummy Candy's questions no longer felt like the familiar teasing from my two brothers. "Where's your bedroom window located at, kid?" I shivered a little when I saw that note and placed it back in its spot without replying. It didn't stop there. The questions became increasingly creepy. "What does your pajamas smell like?" I felt surrounded by a strange coldness, my mind filled only with questions I didn't want to answer, and a rising sense of fear in my heart. A suffocating feeling rose in my chest, as if the treehouse had turned into a trap, and I, the curious one, had unwittingly walked right into it. It felt as though the space around me suddenly became cramped, and even breathing became difficult. I heard a soft, faint sound coming from inside the house, as if someone had just stepped in behind me. It was just a very small sound, but it was enough to make me jump and turn around, my heart racing wildly. But there was nothing there, no one at all. At that moment, I could clearly feel that the house was no longer a fun place to play. The feeling of terror slowly built up, like a dark shadow closing in on me. I left the pen and the note on the table and quickly ran back home. That evening, I couldn't eat much and couldn't focus on the stories everyone was talking about. My suspicious and probing gaze was fixed on every gesture and expression of my two brothers. That night, it took me quite a while to fall asleep, and what haunted me the most was what awaited me the next morning. As soon as I woke up, with sleepy eyes, I looked out the window and sensed that the light of the new day felt strangely different. After a few seconds of becoming more awake, my nerves suddenly shifted into a state of excitement and panic. Countless gummy candies in all sizes and colors were stuck all over the outside of my window. A child would be delighted to see so many candies, but not me, not in that situation. I screamed loudly, rushed out of my room, and ran to the dining table where my parents and two brothers were. I stammered as I questioned my two brothers, asking who Mr. Gummy Candy was. My parents looked at me in surprise, while my brothers laughed mischievously, saying I had just had a nightmare and was talking nonsense. I angrily told them everything that had happened without even pausing to catch my breath. Under the stern gaze of my parents, my two brothers firmly and decisively insisted that they hadn't played any pranks and hadn't been to the treehouse for a week. And so, the stern and angry gaze of my parents turned toward me. While my dad called the police, my mom tried to calm me down. When the police arrived, they searched around the house but found nothing suspicious. However, they advised my family to be cautious, especially with abandoned houses. The police suggested that it could have been a homeless, perverted person who had been watching and teasing me. After confirming once again that the treehouse had no owner, and with the mayor's approval, my parents had someone come to dismantle the treehouse. I felt much lighter, no longer curious about things with unclear origins. For me, it was a terrifying memory I would never forget, a warning that sometimes harmless pranks can open the door to things we never wish to encounter.